Councillors, please take your seat. Let's settle it down. We have to start. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's start our meeting. Let's maintain order, please. Order, councillors. Let's be quiet. Let's be quiet. Councillor Mkono, take your seat, please. Thank you very much for maintaining order. In terms of our order of procedure, the city manager, Mr. Musampele, will read the notice of convening the special meeting. City manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, to His Worship the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the Whip of Council, ngikhuleke emakhosini asendlunkulu, ngibuye ngibingelele the honorable members of this house, honorable councillors of EThekwini. Greetings to the members of the media who are with us this morning. Also to the members of the public who have joined us, who are seated right at the back there as part of observing the processes of this meeting. And then finally, greetings to the members of staff of EThekwini, starting with the executive directors who are here, and the members of the support team, the secretariat. I greet you all in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Amen.
I wish to read the notice of a special meeting to all members of the EThekwini Municipal Council in terms of Rule 5, subsection 4 of the Rules of Order Bylaw of 2014 as amended. Members are hereby notified of the special EThekwini Municipal Council meeting adjourned on the 26th of May 2025 to discuss and approve the 2025-2026 budget and related policies will now continue on Thursday, the 29th of May 2025 at Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center on number 45 Bramfisher Road, Durban, time to be determined by the Speaker as it is so determined to be 10 o'clock. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager, for reading the notice. Council members and the members of the community and everyone in the hall, I will request all of you to rise for the singing of the national anthem. No movement, please. Thank you. I hope today.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa,
Thank you very much. Just take few minutes for prayers and meditation. You may take your seat. Thank you. Asiqale ngokubingela kuqali wonke amakhansela. Sibingelele abasebenzi bomkhandlu beholwa umphathi dolobha umnumzane uMosambele nawo bonke abasebenzi, and also we extend our greetings to the members of the public who are part of this meeting. Thank you very much for coming, and those who are following us through our live streamings in our different social media platforms. Sikhuleke kumakhosi asendlunkulu who are part of this meeting, and also those who are following us at home. We are now starting our meeting. I will request that all of us, we respect the proceedings by maintaining a high level of discipline, mainly councillors and including the members of the public, so that the meeting proceeds smoothly and orderly. I will now request the city manager to read the applications of leave of absence as we proceed with our meeting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby wish to read the applications for leave of absence, starting with Councillor Z.P. Mieni, who is away on municipal business from today until the 1st of June 2025. Councillor T. Mia, who is away from the 27th through to the 5th of June due to study leave. Inkosi yaseMangangeni Ibishozi indisposed today. Councillor M.S. Gwala, a request to leave at 2. Councillor R. Singh indisposed for today. Councillor L.E. Nkomeni indisposed for today. Councillor J. Naidu request to leave at 2 p.m. Councillor J. Anipen request to leave at 3:30 today. I present these applications, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are all the leave of absent agreed?
Speaker,
Yes.
may I report it's Councillor Kupega?
Yes, Olokbega, you
May I
can.
report the absence of Councillor Usaneli Zuma?
Councillor Zuma,
Is absent.
thank you. There's a hand at the back. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to report Councillor MF Ndlovu to leave at 3. Councillor Kambula is running late. Councillor Ntomfuthi Mkhize is indisposed. Councillor Staff Gabela is indisposed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. There is another hand. I think it's Councillor Kwala.
Sibonga somlomo. Sacela uku-update ngokhansela umchunu u-indispose, ukhansela untshayintshaya nokhansela umkhize.
Thank you, Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not sure if you read it out, but we've got 3. It's Councillor D. Pillay, Councillor Sabia, and Councillor Maraj.
Thank you.
All of them indisposed. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Madlala.
Council.
Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Mhlonipheki, Speaker. Ngicela ukubika amakhansela amabili kaKhongolose angaphilanga. Ukhansela uSivetje wase Ward 75 nokhansela uKhuzwayo wase Ward 28 bobabili basengaphansi komthetho kaDokotela. Ebese ngibika ukhansela uSisoka ozosijoyina as meeting iqhubeka. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Hlengwa.
Ngibonga Speaker, uKhansela Vathiswa Ncukana akaphilile, uKhansela Hlengo uzocela ukuhamba eli.
Okay, we've also received a leave of absence from Councillor Klute, who's indisposed. The councillors, with all the additional leave of absence, are all agreed, councillors? Thank you very much. We are now going to move to the announcements before we take the declaration of interest. Let's all now listen to the officials' announcements. The EThekwini Municipality is saddened by the passing of an award-winning actor, famously known for his role in the movie Tsotsi Presley Trenianke, who was called to rest on Tuesday, the 27th of May, 2025, at the age of 40. Condolences to his family, fans, and the whole entertainment industry. The municipality appreciates all citizens that commemorated and celebrated Africa Day on Sunday, the 25th of May, 2025, which is aimed at promoting unity and cooperation among African nations. Under this year's theme, Revisiting Our History, Shaping Our Future. Council members, to note that meeting will be in twofold, namely the continuation of the special council meeting to consider the 2025-2026 budget, which will therefore be followed by the continuation of the ordinary council meeting that was adjourned on Monday, the 26th of May, 2026. Councillors, to further note that there is 2 attendance registers to be signed. We request all of you to sign both attendance registers. The municipality to note that all political parties have been allocated debating minutes for the 2025-2026 budget, and these were communicated with the respective party whips. Council wishes well all councillors and officials that will be partaking on the ultimate human race, the 2025 Comrade Marathon, which will be held on Sunday, the 8th of June 2025, from Pietermaritzburg and finishing at the Moses Mabhida. It's only Councillor Mkhize from the Democratic Alliance, DTA, who have informed me that he will participate in the race. I'm also aware that the deputy for my office, Ms. Belinda Mhlongo, will also participating in the race. Now we wish both of you all the best, and those who have not yet informed me, but all of you who will participate, our staff members who might not be here, but we wish you all the best. Councillors are encouraged to conduct themselves with dignity and decency during council proceedings and in compliance with the expectations in terms of our code of conduct. We have already requested and reminded all of you councillors. Those are the officials' announcements. Thank you very much for listening. We'll now move to item 7, the declaration of interest. If there's any councillor to declare interest, please raise your hand. Anyone to declare interest? None, okay. Thank you very much. Item number, okay, Councillor Kwala.
Ngicela uyi-excuse mase kufika kwi-ethics ngezwe kuthiwa niyangishushisa.
Hayi baba Gwala uzoyi-excuse kule session yesibili ezongena. Kule yokuqala hayi. Ngeke sikhulume ngendaba yokuyiphatha kwamakhansela. Thank you very much, councillors. The executive report, the first report, was tabled by His Worship the Mayor on Monday, the 26th. I will not invite the Mayor to table the item again, but I will only invite the city manager to present the item, unless legal. Is that procedurally incorrect? Can you guide us? Do we table the item twice? We don't.
Smozu legal.
But no city manager. I ukhuluma nami akhuluma necouncil. Now even the summit can present it. We can present it. Okay, thank you. I was just consulting legal so that we are procedurally correct. He is confirming my understanding and the guidance I've given to the meeting that there's no need for the mayor to table the item for the second time because it's a continuation meeting.
Speaker,
No, let me finish. Because it's a continuation meeting.
it's common sense.
But the city manager will present the item. Let me take the hand from Councillor Mwango.
I am covered, Speaker. I was saying it's common sense.
It's common sense. Thank you, Mwango, for that. City manager, please present the item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I table item 1, which is EThekwini Municipality's budget for the medium-term revenue expenditure framework of 2025-2026 through to 2027-2028 and related plans and policies. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. We have allocated 2 hours for council members to debate this item. I will start with the list I have of speakers from parties. I will use my discretion on how I call your names. Be ready, I can call you anytime. I will mix my list. Thank you very much. The first speaker I am going to invite is from the ANC, which is Councillor Z.R. Sokhabase.
Ngiyabonga, Honorable Speaker, all protocol observe. Speaker, namhlanje sizokhuluma ngesabelo zimali njengoba esipresentile our Mayor Cyril Xaba. Our municipality, like many others, is not immune from financial pressures and difficulties in revenue collection, characterized by difficulties, economic circumstances, and yet His Worship presented a balanced, resilient, realistic, and transformative budget. This budget is designed to reshape EThekwini future as the contract between the city and our residents. Yes, Honorable Speaker, we are actively revitalizing the inner city through targeting urban regeneration initiatives. These projects aim to stimulate economic activities, improve safety, and attract further investment in the city center. It is for this reason that we welcome the revitalization of our public space in general and Albert Park in particular. This has demonstrated what's possible when we work together for the public goods. Despite financial constraints, His Worship tabled the budget, which reflects our commitment to responsible governance, inclusive development, and social resilience. Not only are we investing in infrastructure, but in the people of EThekwini, ensure a healthier, safer, and more united city for all. That is why we are intensifying efforts to fight gender-based violence and reduce the spread of HIV and TB. Through our District AIDS Council, we will expand our health programs, testing, and awareness campaign. We are also focusing specifically on the challenge of teenage pregnancy, which continue to contribute to HIV infection among young girls. Honorable Speaker, we strive to build safer and healthier communities. Through this budget, we will invest in space that uplift and unite communities. That is why we are responding to the call from residents to prioritize the rehabilitation of sports facilities, libraries, and community halls. These are not luxury. They are essential public resources that foster youth development, cultural expression, and social cohesion. Funds allocated to upgrade the facilities such as Moses Mabhida and Kings Park swimming pool will enhance our capacity to host major events and promote sports tourism. Rehabilitation of library, museum, community halls, crematoria, lifeguard towers, and cemeteries includes a plan to cut grass across the city at least 8 times per year, demonstrate a firm commitment to service delivery. Honorable Speaker, in our continued effort to combat hunger and uplift vulnerable communities, we are expanding our commitment to food security through a multifaceted approach. Guided by the principle of agroecology, we will strengthen sustainable food production and empowered local communities. In 2025-26 financial year, municipality will support amasimu izingadi zabantu ngokwe agriculture abafakele sibafakele zonke izidingo kuwona bakwazi ukuzisebenzisa. Sizophinda futhi sikwazi ukuthi sinikeze i-community ama-fish ponds ukuthi babe nezinhlanzi bakwazi ukuzisebenzisa ekuhlaleni bakwazi ukuzidla bakwazi futhi nokuthi bazidayise bazenzele umsebenzi imali ngakho. Siyaphinda futhi si-train abantu bakithi sibanikeze i-training abangamafama siphinde futhi sibasize ekutshaleni siphinde futhi sibanikeze nokuthi babe ne-access yamanzi lapho sisebenzisa silekelela ama-cooperatives ethu awu-500 senzela ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bathole ukudla bakwazi futhi nokuthi babooste i-livelihood yabo. In addition, we are enhancing support for soup kitchen across the municipality. These community-based initiatives serve as critical safety nets, providing daily meal to thousands of individuals and families facing food insecurity. Through municipality partnership and targeted fundings, we will ensure soup kitchen are adequately resourced, helping them continue to serve with dignity and impact. We are also prioritizing animal welfare, maintaining our contractual partnership with the SPCA to ensure that animals across the city receive appropriate care and human treatment. Taking together, this initiative form comprehensive response to hunger, one that promotes self-sufficiency, restore dignity, and build strong and more resilient communities. Honorable Speaker, community services is the heartbeat of the city. Our mission is social cohesion, and our purpose is to improve the quality of life for all. Our work in saving communities starts before umntwana ezalwa through our clinical services. The moment umntwana esekhona efika siyamnikeza ukuthi axilongwe simnikeze imigomo isuke isikhona available. As you grow, our parks, playgrounds, gardens, zoo and nature spaces and are more than just facilities. They are safe, vibrant environment where children develop motor skills, build friendship, and learn the values and sharing of communities. But our mission goes further. Sinezinkundla zemidlalo ezu-588 ezisemphakathini ezihlukene siphinde sibe nezinkundla ezinkulu ezine ezilekelela iMoses Mabhida ngokuthi enazenze imidlalo ziqoqele abantu emidlalo emkhulu ye-PSL. With these facilities, we nurture young talent through sports development and recreation. From nature trial and competitive facilities like cricket oval, soccer fields, swimming pools, and stadiums, these places are not only keeping body health and mind active, they also inspire dreams. And we are proud that many of our own have risen to become athletes and ambassadors of our city. Education is another pillar of our service. Through our accessible library, free Wi-Fi, and low-cost service, we ensure that knowledge is within reach for all. Our goal is to raise informed, empowered city who is equipped to participate meaningfully in the economy. For vulnerable, defenseless communities, we provide food security through sustainable agriculture initiative. Lapho ke sibala ke zonke izinto esizenzayo ezilekelela ekudleni kwabantu. We work the journey of life with people, and sikwazi ukuthi uma sebehamba emhlabeni sibagcine ngendlela eyemukelekayo. Ngakho ke Speaker, sicela ukuthi lo msebenzi osuwenziwe omkhulu kangaka siwemukele njenge-ANC. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sokhabase. The next speaker to debate is Councillor A. Bechte from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. Had it not been that we've been hearing the same rhetoric for many years, we might even have shared the Mayor's apparent optimism on the budget. But let's move past the point of smokescreens of strategically reduced tariffs. Water, the source of all life, albeit some residents of the city are already seemingly adapted to extract moisture from the air, as water remains conspicuously absent from their taps. 6,000 more users to a system just cannot sustain any more demand. Losses that are not just resolved, uncontrolled usage, not only not metered or measured, but also not paid for. What has happened to the rural sustainability service charges that this council adopted several years ago, but have to date not been implemented? In essence, creating a culture of contributing towards usage. Where are the water savings and curtailing measures discussed months, if not years ago, to reduce and force less waste? Plans and strategies can be tabled, debated and adopted, but the proof remains in the vigorous implementation, in the response to thousands of litres going lost due to a burst, of the unavailability of call centres and decision makers after hours, of equipment not functioning to expectation, and reliance on the human factor to open, close or react, to timely and concise metering and billing in accordance with actual usage. On sanitation, as much as the city throws money towards events to attract tourism in the hope of growing the economy, the reluctance, delayed of inability to stabilize the sanitation system, resulting in continued rotational increase of E. coli, necessitating the closure of beaches, arguably the city's main draw card, as a result of the loss of internationally recognized blue flag statuses, in turn rather benefiting inland vacation and recreational destinations. Which begs the question where 7,386 new connections are going to disperse to, as the present flow that already excludes the volume lost to sea cannot be managed or treated. Are we really allocating enough funds to the water department's back-end operation? Electricity, 13,500 new electricity connections sound wonderful on paper, yet the city is unable to sustain a reliable power supply to its existing users, replace faulty meters, or address or rectify illegal connections, tampering, or implemented auto-bulk meter readings. It's also a sad day indeed when the budget has to make specific mention of planned maintenance. That will be undertaken when we are aware of the daily failures of substations, each of cost of more than 250,000, that explode not only leaving communities in darkness, unable to secure hot water or prepare a meal, but also at risk of injury during such an explosion. It is a known fact that maintenance backlog of some 3 years plus has been created by lack of internal skills, inadequate service provided, empty shelves, and complicated supply chain processes. One would have to be excused for the amused speculation on whether the Mayor in his opening remarks and in committing to keeping the streetlights on were referring to half that are still working or the half that he hoped to get working. And certainly it's not going to take many high masts. It's going to certainly take many high masts to light up so many dark intersections, which again begs the question, what happened to existing poles, many adorned with a fresh coat of paint, yet not sustaining a working streetlight? Waste management, a quick Google search confirmed that black refuse bags were probably introduced to South Africa in the 1950s, so in all some 75 years ago, and before most in this room were even born. Yet, and despite demanding 85 million in the tabled budget, we still seem to get it wrong by awarding contract after contract to suppliers who deliver substandard products, resulting in the same refuse finding its way onto the streets, subsequently blocking the stormwater gullies, resulting in flooding or polluting rivers and the ocean with devastating effect on marine and bird life. Inability to secure, sustain, or align refuse separation contractors for scheduled collections, or streamlining such operations at landfill sites, themselves poorly protected, prone to invasion, spontaneous combustion, or being so unsafe that even those scavenging a meal are sometimes buried alive. Human settlements, a promise of 5,000 new houses over a period of 3 years, thus 1,666 units per year. That is in fact lower than the present budget expectation of 1,997 units, although it's slightly up from the present build reality of only 1,367 units. Far short of the ever-growing 424,000 backlogs, we some people arrive in the city against the diminished opportunities of a province crumbling under years of poor ANC governance. Instead of using middlemen who inflate building costs and deliver less and substandard housing, the city should follow the example of Cape Town, where alternative prefabricated technology is applied to erect structures faster, cheaper, and in greater volume. Likewise, should informal settlements rather be clearly demarcated parcels with building materials in kit being availed, and likewise so to disaster-affected households, thus paving the way to formalization, a structured installation of service, and a safer and more accessible environment. For purposes of land facilitation, the city should rather prioritize offsetting the ever-growing and unresolved Inkonyama debt of almost 300 million in favour of land for built environment. On public transport, every dark cloud has a silver lining, and we once again take a leaf from the Mayor's opening remarks, where communities confirmed that what the DA had previously raised, and he denied. Traffic signals that are not working across the city, leading to accidents, injury or death, traffic being instead directed by untrained vagrants or street walkers. Public transport shelters that are non-existent or remain unreplaced, that are remnants of quick slap-together tenders, weak or inferior equipment, and without taking into account the unique demands of coastal climate. Let us not dwindle on Go Durban, or rather Go Taxi. The installation of traffic calming measures balanced against the lack of speed enforcement or traffic and safety improvements in comparison to the blatant enforcement or traffic and safety improvements in comparison to the blatant yet ignored lawlessness of the same taxi industry. On engineering, committing to bedding potholes under a load of a backfill does not work. It needs to be properly filled and asphalted over. Else it will appear in a few days' time, resulting in dangerous driving conditions and road users swerve, leaving lanes, swerve from lanes, avoiding mechanical or tire damage to their vehicles. Stormwater disbursement and infrastructure that is either in a state of collapse or have not been upgraded to align with changing weather patterns, increased rainfall, and the volumes created by built environment resulting from obsessive densification, leading to soil erosion, dangerous and unstable platforms, and a drop in property value, yet with no adjustment in property rates. As we stand today, the devastating effects of the 22 storm has not even been completely quantified and addressed, and we've had so many after that. The inner city regeneration. Now, nowhere but in Durban will you find prime real estate that overlooks the harbour and marina turned into slums, the likes of which can be found along Margaret Ngade Street. Let us once again learn from Cape Town, where similar residential areas that existed at Greenpoint were turned into sustainable contributors to the city's fiscal, or the Shepstone Road corridor, presently facilitating the tourism dock against the backdrop of derelict buildings and second-hand car import lots, possibly likened to the Boerkaap. Prime real estate to sustain small businesses that can contribute handsomely to the city coffers. The city appears to be overlooking the possibilities of gaining revenue by moving these premises to the appropriate category and applying punitive randage for illegal usage of occupation, to the point of expropriation, which is in fact possible if you use the national government. Whilst needed, social housing and student accommodation does not render the income required to sustain the city. On PRC, over years we may have changed the mayor, but it seems we retained the services of same speechwriter, and nowhere is this more evident when it concerns parks, recreation and culture. Year after year, we hear fables of new libraries, or the refurbishment of libraries in community halls, or swimming pools with cool blue water, lush green sports fields, lovely sport facilities, cataract verges, prune trees and weed eradication. And now, lo and behold, this year we even learn of an 8th grass cut. Yet the city doesn't even manage to keep up with the current number of cuts. 3 new fire stations would certainly assist, but does the city have sufficient resources and those already staffing existing fire stations, do they have the necessary equipment to exercise their duties responsibly? But mark my words, without a doubt, within the next 3 months, this council will find before it consideration for reprioritization of the budget. This is a fable, we've heard it before, it's not going to work. The DA cannot support fairy tales. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Berchte. The next speaker is Councillor from the Economic Freedom Fighters, Councillor T. Mvubu.
Sibonge Speaker, sibingelele kuma councillor wonke akhona, sibingelele kuma officials. Ziqembu le EFF siyayinotha ibudget yatheblisho ubaba Mayor uMsomluko. Esikunothisa kakhulu ukuthi ama tariffs increase ayikade before kuyiwe kwi public participation ayikade ephezulu. Kuyasijabulisa somlomo nginotha ukuthi bakwazile ukuthi bawa reduce from initial 6.5 to 5.9. So we welcome that. We also welcome the fact that water increase domestic ukwazile ukuthi wehle futhi usuka from 15% which was proposed initially wabuya usu 13% ukuthi siyakujabulela lokho ngoba kuzonikeza irelief kubantu bakithi. Bese siyanginosa futhi ukuthi na kwi business bawehlisile from initial proposed 16% kuya ku 14%. Siphinde sikujabulele nokuthi sibone ukuthi ku reduciwe sanitation from the initial proposal ka 13% to 11% domestic, 14% to 12% ku business. We also want to welcome the facts ukuthi le budget izokwazi ukusilekelela ukuthi sikwazi ukwakhela abantu izindlu ezi over 5,000 abahlala la eThekwini. And siyakujabulela nanokuthi sizokwazi ukuthi siphinde sikwazi ukconnecta abantu bakithi aba over 6,000 ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi baconnectelwe amanzi la eThekwini. We have over 6,000 informal settlement la eThekwini, and isizathu salokho ukuthi abantu bayafika la beze edolobheni lakisi because basuke bezofuna ama job opportunities nempilo engcono okusinikeza ke ukuthi siyidolobha laseThekwini njenge metro ekuyona kuphela khona la KwaZulu-Natal kuthwalisa kanzima umkhandlu weTheku ngoba abantu mangabe sebefikile la emkhandlwini waseThekwini noma sebengaphansi kwaseThekwini whether ama informal settlement kumele siba provide ngawo wonke lama services a basic because kuyilungelo elitholakala kwi constitution lelo. But ke esingakusho ukuthi siyakujabulela futhi kakhulu ukuthi over 13,000 houses will get ugesi or okanye bazokwazi ukuthi ba connectwe kugesi, and siphinde sikujabulela ukuthi over 7,000 houses will be connected to ama sewer lines. And sikujabulela kakhulu ukuthi imigaqo yala eThekwini egravel over 14 kilometers izokwazi ukuthi convexwe from igravel ukuthi kube imigaqo yetiyela. Sicela ukusho nje ngokungananazi la kule council ukuthi sizoqhubeka njengeqembu leEFF ukuthi siforge ahead in terms of trying to influence policy direction nendlela umkhandlu waseThekwini oyibuka ngayo udaba le-insourcing. Siqalile ke kwi department elidwa EFF ngaphansi kwakwa engineering ku roads provision. la siqale khona ukuthi si-insource noma si-develop i-capacity internal ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sizilungisele imigaqo. Sizokhumbula nje ukuthi recently la umgaqo obizwa ngo-Alpine ubukade wenziwa u-roads provision okuwukuthi kudemonstrate kona ukuthi i-capacity uma ngabe sizenzela izinto la ngaphakathi emkhandlwini siyakwazi ukusave. Lo mgaqo ubu 3.2 kilometers sizenzele ngaphandle kokuthi sisebenzise abantu bamathenda, lokho kuseve umkhandlu imali close to 10 million. So siyakwamukela lokho noma ke sinawo amanye ama reservation esinawo ngoba thina njengeqembu le-EFF elimele abantu poor besingathanda ukuthi kungabi khona ukuthi kube namatarifu akhuphukayo, kodwa siya understand ukuthi umkhandlu waseThekwini uwumkhandlu owu-40% rural, 60% rural, 40% urban, ukusho ukuthi i-base la sicollecta khona i-tax yethu incane kakhulu. So ingakho uma ngabe ucomparison nabanye omasipala uzothola ukuthi ama-rates aseThekwini awafani nabo. Siyabonga kakhulu Speaker, siyamukela ibhajethi.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mvubo. The next speaker will come from the Inkatha Freedom Party, Councillor MS Nkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, colleagues, officials, all protocol observed, also those who are following us on social media. Honourable Speaker, according to National Treasury, the long-term objective of the municipal trading services is to sustainably provide universal access to essential services crucial for social and economic development of the city inhabitant. Business, institution, unlike other municipal services, trading services primarily generate revenue from their own service charges, which should be managed to make surplus in metropolitan areas, especially in water and sanitation, electricity distribution. These surpluses should fund their own capital and maintenance spending and potential support other municipal services. This budget is intended to deliver on this objective. For trading services, it is aligned and respond to the turnaround strategy development for the water and sanitation, electricity and solid waste and cleansing. Cleansing and solid waste, our city is clean. Our effort to ensure a clean city are bearing fruit. This budget will provide the necessary additional capacity to increase and sustain the level of cleansing and solid waste services already being provided. The enhancement of the solid waste management service will require gradual approach which immediately focus on the basic waste management service delivery as primary objective of full collection coverage and acceptable level of environmental compliance. While it is recognized that the solid waste business is a public service and not a mainstream economic activity, optimization of the value chain through cost driver reduction and revenue sustaining are required to maintain the system. The cleansing and solid waste 2025-2026 budget forecast has been set in the best alignment with the Metro Trading Services reform on turning around the business. The budget focuses on addressing the short-term priorities that can generate quick wins to stabilize the business and contain the impact with the intention to gain early momentum. This will allow for the solid waste business to focus on its core functions with optimization. The budget has been set to provide reliable, universal access to essential municipal services that support inclusive economic development and uphold the quality of life of residents, business, and institutions. The 2025-26 capital budget is in a sum of 380 million rand, of which the major programs are of that the provision of transportation assets, which are critical assets for the logistics component of the business as part of the replacement plan of the specialized waste collection fleet. The development of the landfill infrastructure to ensure adequate landfill space disposal capacity for short, medium term. The site in development are the Low landfill site in south, Bafastrai landfill site in north, and the major Shongweni landfill site in the west. Shongweni landfill site is deemed the most critical landfill site, arising from the delays in construction and now also related to ensure that the 2025-26 budget allows for phase 1 implementation of the basic infrastructure bulk earthworks. The works span over 2 years, financial years, include the specialized lining of the waste cells and scheduled to be completed for the end of 2027. The following priority projects are in order for the 2025-26 year. Fleet replacement, 21.846 million to stabilize the waste collection operation and supply of heavy plant to meet landfill waste management license compliance of the right tool for the trade. Note these are as per approved replacement plan. Transfer station and garden site upgrades, sum of 10.7 million rand to support the renewal and upgrade following the landfill downsizing and dealing with increased flows. This program is to support operations with a high availability of transfer station and mitigate delays on waste servicing. Depots, the unit has suffered a major backlog with ensure occupational health and safety complies across majority of its depots facilities owing to budget cut and balancing priorities. The next 3-year MTRF allows for refurbishment and upgrade of the critical facilities to ensure a conducive work environment for staff. Additionally, the program allows for new depots in Umlazi and for the CBD where services are intensified, and yet there is no dedication depot to operate from. The completion of the depot program will allow CSW to be agile in its waste management services. Infrastructure, this remains priority investment area to ensure the provision of airspace to meet the future waste disposal needs of EThekwini. Failure to realize this development will induce legislative compliance risk. With increased operational costs, the possible risk of pollution to the receiving environment. It is highlighted that this program is part of the unit's strategic trust to stabilize the business and is further being complemented in the solid waste turnaround strategy with National Treasury. Under electricity, EThekwini reform strategy aims to improve electricity service delivered by improving management and governance, optimizing primary and support operations to increase cash revenue and capital investment, to create a positive reinforcing cycle of growth and sustainability through this budget. The electricity unit undertakes to connect new commercial and industrial customers, as well as aiming to connect 4,500 resident dwellings. The unit is also intended to increasing the number of teams to proactively protect the electrical infrastructure and respond to infrastructure theft incident, as well as effectively removing illegal connection to reduce non-technical losses. The unit will strive to procure and replace non-operational electricity meters to improve revenue generation, Councillor Becht. The unit is intent on improving the number of operational street lights, which include the provision of high mask lighting at a major intersection to improve safety and security. These are the responses, Councillor Becht. In terms of the Metro Trading Services reform strategy, the plan is to reduce loss to 12% in 2025-2026, and then to 11% in 2027-2028. The unit budgeted OPEX of 95 million on the meter inspections. The unit budgeted OPEX of 86 million on the disconnection and reconnection. The unit budgeted OPEX of 97 million for the removal of illegal connection. The unit budgeted OPEX of 50 million for forensic investigation to curb the theft of infrastructure. The unit budgeted OPEX of 21 million for auditing of bulk customers and the training of these customers. The unit budgeted CAPEX of 61 million rand for the installation of protective structures to prevent illegal connection. The unit budgeted CAPEX of 55.5 million for the installation of smart meters. Some of the kept projects to improve service delivery include outrage management system, infrastructure security system, MV cable replacement, high voltage substation project, Council Berchter. Water and sanitation, the city currently does not have enough raw water resources to meet its infrastructure demand. The delayed development of bulk water infrastructure means the city will be required to reduce water demand and also exploit alternative water sources to align its growing demand to the available resources in the short term. With the support from National Treasury, the City Support Program, the city compiled a water and sanitation turnaround strategy which was supported and approved by this council in April 2023. The key deliverables of the turnaround strategy is a single point of accountability, including institutional reform to enable the EThekwini Water and Sanitation Service to be managed as a single integrated business. This will require the establishment of business unit and a clear differentiation of water services, authority and water services provider function in the municipality. Financial sustainability, the reliable basic service provision to all, the reliable sanitation infrastructure for the safe sewage disposal. The strategy addresses 12 key areas of the water business over short and the medium term. A connection of the strategies to improve the financial position. We support the budget.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, thank you.
The next speaker is from Action SA, is Councillor Zeti Mwango, with 2 minutes donated by Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. Councillor Mwango. Order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Councillor Nisha, ufuna support the budget, but we will provide the reasons why we can support the budget, Honourable Speaker. While we acknowledge the efforts made by the municipality to address some of the pressing issues facing our city, we cannot, in good conscience, support a budget that fails to adequately address the needs of our citizens. Firstly, the proposed tariffs increases are excessive and will further burden our citizens who are already struggling to meet end meet. The 13% increase of water tariffs is so high, while we are facing a 58% water loss. I was hoping Councillor Nkosi will address this issue of water loss, as the IFP is responsible for water provision in the city. An 11% increase in sanitation tariffs have significant impact on low-income households and making it even more difficult for them to access basic needs. Secondly, the budget fails to provide sufficient funding for critical services such as public transport, crime prevention, and land management. The allocation for public transport is insufficient to address the needs of our growing city, and the lack of funding for crime prevention will make the situation worse. Thirdly, Honourable Speaker, the municipality's financial management is a major concern. The collection rate is low, revenue is decreasing, while expenditure is increasing. This is unsustainable and will have a long-term consequences for the municipality's financial health. Furthermore, irregular expenditure continues to increase, which is unacceptable and raises questions about municipality's ability to manage its finances effectively. Moreover, Honourable Speaker, we are concerned about the municipality's inability to collect debts from other municipalities. Ugu District Municipality owes this municipality more than 37 million rand. And Umgungundlovu Municipality is owing this municipality more than 11.5 million rand. It is unacceptable that this city continues to supply residents of other municipalities with water while cutting our own local residents. This lack of prioritization of local residents needs a clear indication of poor financial management and lack of accountability. Additionally, unequal treatment of residents when it comes to the payment of services is a concern. We've seen instances where some residents are allowed to accumulate large areas on their account without consequences, while others are subjected to strict 60-day non-payment suspension. This lack of consistency and fairness in application of municipalities' policies is unacceptable, and it creates resentment amongst those who are paying for what is due. The loss of Go Durban project grant from National Treasurer is also a significant blow in our city. We are concerned that the municipality failed to adequately motivate for the grant when given a chance. The lack of foresight and planning will have a far-reaching consequences for our city's economic growth and development. In light of these concerns, Honourable Speaker, Action SA cannot support this budget. We believe that the municipality needs to go back to the drawing board and revisit its priorities and ensuring that the needs of our citizens are put first. We urge the municipality to consider increasing funding for critical services such as public transport, crime prevention, and land management. Prioritize residents' needs and ensuring that they are not disadvantaged by the municipality's financial decision. Developing comprehensive strategy to address land invasion and unauthorized land occupation. Providing a clear plan to mitigate the impact of losing Go Durban project grant and exploring alternative funding options, and ensuring fairness and consistency in application of payment policies for all residents. Until these issues are addressed, Honourable Speaker, Action SA will not support this budget. We believe that our citizens deserve better, and we will continue to hold the municipality accountable for delivery of services that meets their needs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngwango. The next speaker is from the APC, Councillor D. Mhlongo.
Greeting, Honorable Speaker, Mayor, Chief Whip, all councillors and municipality manager and the staff. As APC, we accept the budget of 2025 to 2026. We request the municipality to fast-track the issue of water supply in EThekwini, multi-pronged approach involving immediate relief, long-term infrastructure development to improve quality of life and address society need. We urge to move the flood victims to the decent accommodation, must improve the service delivery and focus on capacity building and community engagement. They should also prioritize addressing issues like water scarcity, infrastructure maintenance. Thanks to the Mayor and the ESCO Committee to review the tariffs of water sanitation rates, refusal to reduce. We are not happy about the tariff of the electricity. The increase is too high. We welcome that budget for budgeted to building the houses for the poor. The municipality must create the job opportunity for the youth because unemployment rate is too high in this municipality. We plead the municipality to use funds and taxpayers' money accordingly. Siyiqembu le-APC siyalemukela lolu hlahlumali lika 2025 to 2026. Thanks.
Good girl, good girl.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mhlongo. The next speaker is from the ACC, Councillor I. Said.
Thank you, Speaker.
With 2 minutes from JEP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we're not going to go into the capital budget per se, but I think we're more going to focus on the operational budget. And I think we must understand where this money comes from. 75% of it is contributed by people that pay rates. Now, Speaker, 472,000 people contribute towards this 62 billion rand budget at 75%, yet the city delivers a service to 980,000 households. Speaker, there's an injustice there. And if we go down the path of continuing in this way, this city in the next 5 years is going to become unlivable and all of us would not be here. So, Speaker, as ACC, we find ourselves stuck in a position of not being in the opposition, because, I mean, that's the position of the opposition. That's all they'll ever be. And we're also not stuck in the situation of passing things that speaks to putting a prejudice on people that actually work every day, go to work all the time, and are now penalized by the city for doing exactly that. So, Speaker, as ACC, we're going to abstain from this budget, but there's some things that really affect us. We've cited flood relief within this budget, which speaks to current or moving forward. Speaker, we'd like to see flood relief for those victims or those households that had been affected in the 2022 floods. In terms of the debt relief policy, Speaker, it's there till the end of July at 50%. Realistically speaking, how does a household in areas of 110,000 rand come up with 55,000 rand to pay instantaneously towards it? So there needs to be some review around that. I think the water loss issues that we've been facing, and I think that needs to be unpacked as well, as to how do we recover that 42% which is non-revenue water, which obviously is climatized towards supporting the indigent and supporting the 580 informal settlements that we have within the city. Now, Speaker, this budget doesn't speak to the informal settlements that we have in the city, and with all due respect, we've been having this issue with informal settlements, not from this budget, but from budgets going back at least 15 to 20 years. Now, Speaker, if we continue looking at informal settlements as respectable citizens of the city and not for what they are, as rental stock for newcomers in the city, we will continually be faced with this challenge of cross-subsidizing and prejudicing, and I'm not going to say ratepayer, I'm going to say the payers of the operational budget. Speaker, when it comes to something that's very misunderstood, or I don't understand in this budget, is that we go on to assume that we run a spaza shop and we go to public consultation and we bring down a budget for rates from 6.5 to 5.9 and everything else as it's detailed here in the budget. But if we were decisive as a city, we should have had a stance to say that we stick by our budget, we know what we're doing, and we want what we want. So this reduction doesn't really help anyone. It goes in to say we're going to raise the price and we're going to negotiate, and based on that false promise, we're going to give you something and we're going to make you feel like you've won. Speaker, the 10% increase or the 10% administrative charge that's coming in, that really needs to be looked at, because everyone that's in area is now going to be faced with that, and the 150 per kilometer.
Time is
Thank
up.
you, Speaker.
Thank you. Ngiyabona ukuthi into esikhathi nibaningi eningisiza kuyigada.
Yes, Speaker, everyone fears time when we speak in the truth.
Thank you very much. We will proceed with our list. The next speaker is from AIC, Councillor K. Mhlaba.
Mandisibingelele namhlanje. Mayor, Bob Speaker, Mamu Chief Whip, namakhansela wonke. Ndiyawabulisa ngegama lenkosi Yesu Kristu. Simbonga uNkulunkulu.
Amen.
AIC African Independent Congress sibuke izinto esicinga ukuthi izimbini okanye izintathu ezibaluleke kakhulu. Indigent police yethu eseza nayo ngo2016 kulomkhandlu. Lo mkhandlu uqhuba kahle kakhulu xa kunamhlanje. Abantu abasekuhlaleni informal settlement bayaxhamla, although inani liyanyuka every day, abantu bayagcwala ezindaweni zokuhlala, kodwa umkhandlu weTheku uthe gqolo uyabasiza abantu. Siyakubongela ke oko kakhulu. Nokumprove kwamanzi nezindlu, ukuthi abantu akufani into bakungabikho kwazindlu noba zimbini izintathu. Lonto ikhoyo iyachaza ukuthi noko amakhansela seThekwini ikhona into ayenzayo kunomasipala abangenzi into total. Ngifuna ukubonga kakhulu. Manje ndizawugcina ngelithi ke siye pha kwi-agriculture, ezolimo. Ezolimo zibaluleke kakhulu ngoba kaloku siya investa pha kwi-youth. iyouth yethu xa ingazukwazi ukulima umkhandlu wethu uzawusoloko ulanda izinto ngaphandle asifuni ke lonto sifuna irevenue yethu ikhule kakhulu okugcina ke sibonge kakhulu ke noko ke uAIC lona uyakwazi uzimela emenze emahulu eFree State noko siphume izandla kakhulu siyabonga kongolose noko abantu bethu bakhona bayakwazi ukuphatha eFree State siclean asinachaphaza siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlaba.
Siyaqhamula.
Yeah. So far, nje, kusukela ngo 10:30. It's almost an hour now to 11:30. I am very much impressed with the manner you conduct yourself. Yeah. If you continue with this kind of behavior, we're going to finish our meeting in time. Keep it up with the good work in terms of your conduct. Bangabikho nje ongomuya yona in the middle of the meeting. I'm impressed. Thank you very much, council members. APF, Councillor Hlengwa.
Speaker, ngibingelele ngenxa yokuthi umuntu usemanzini angizothanda ukudebate asedlule njengokhansela uBerchte noma bengibuza ukuthi are you Berchte then ngithi no I'm not Berchte. Ebesifisa ukudlulisa si African People First ukufisa ukubonga kakhulu indlela ibudget ethe yahlengiswa ngayo ikakhulukazi sifisa ukugqugquzela umsebenzi omuhle owenziwe iEFF yokuthi uconsider into ekade silwela ye-insourcing sengazi ukuthi singakwazi uyibamba sibambisane siye phambili isikhathi sesifishane kakhulu esisele naso kulomkhandlo uma siyeke manje ukubheka izikipa zethu sibheke abantu baseThekwini ngiyakuthanda ukubona amaqembu abantu abamnyama bebambisene ngalendlela esibambisene ngayo la endlini nalabo basaseli ngemumva ngiyabanxenxa ngibacela ukuthi sengathi singakwazi ukubambisana siyindle emnyama ukulungisa isimo sethu esikusona njengamanje si-African People First sithokoze kakhulu ngale budget futhi siyisupport angingaze ngidlula ngehle.
Thank you.
Patinos with MK.
Councillor Hlengwa, thank you very much. The next speaker is from Al Jama, Councillor M. Khan.
Not present.
Councillor Khan is on leave. We'll move to DLC, Councillor P. Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DLC wishes to thank the city manager, the city treasurer for putting together this mega 70 billion rand budget. The DLC also wishes to thank the mayor for listening to the ratepayers during the public participation processes and making the necessary amendments. This year, the 70 billion rand budget seeks to bring about a great change in terms of improving service delivery, maintenance and infrastructure development, and above all, by providing a social package, one of its kind, when compared to other municipalities, that will bring about great relief to pensioners, grantees, and the unemployed. Mr. Speaker, the DLC wants to appreciate the creative debt relief programs and processes that is systematically bringing a major relief to the poor. While the city is faced with many challenges such as inequality, corruption, unemployment, our communities are tired with the poor service delivery, issues of water and electricity outages, aging infrastructure, major water leaks, shoddy workmanship, overgrown verges and trees, and poor street lighting and potholes on the roads. Mr. Speaker, whilst the DLC supports the progressive infrastructure budget, the DLC does not support the tariff increases in the manner in which it is tabled. The increases are above inflation rate that is currently sitting at 2.8%. People are literally struggling to make ends meet, and now with these tariff increases coupled with the increased fuel levy that was supported by the DA and its GNU partners nationally, people are left with a major hole in their pockets. Whilst the DLC acknowledged that the bulk tariff hikes imposed by suppliers such as Eskom and the Amgeni to Kela Water will significantly impact our ability as a municipality to set fair and sustainable rates, it must be noted that these increases exacerbate financial pressures on our community. I'm consistently asked, Mr. Speaker, that most importantly is...
Thank you, Councillor Pillay. We will now invite the Speaker from the Democratic Alliance, Councillor Y. Cavender.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually struggled to start writing this speech because it's simply impossible to craft a speech that deals with everything that's wrong in EThekwini in just a few minutes. My colleague has unpacked the nuts and bolts, quoting figures, but let me take you back to one of my previous speeches on a budget. I listed more than a dozen issues with service delivery and made a remark about potholes grabbing cars. And yesterday, the funniest thing happened. I read an online news article that a sinkhole had swallowed a truck in EThekwini, and then I watched the video. It shows chaos on site. A water pipe burst in that sinkhole, a light pole fell onto another vehicle, a bakkie, making a serious dent on the roof, and a gaping hole in the ground, but no services on scene. That about sums up the state of EThekwini. So let's change gears now. What you haven't made a dent in is the water loss. Your trajectory or projections, no, but let's call a spade a spade. Your wishful thinking is to reduce water loss by 5% each year to bring it down to 25%. That's another minimum of 5 years that you will raise unaffordable tariffs for water that you purchased, that you paid for, received, but you get no revenue from. I couldn't help but note the mayor also saying that some tariffs came down by a few percent. But what are you really saying to consumers? You are saying this bottle is selling for 500 Rand, but I feel sorry for you. I've heard you, and I will sell it to you for 499 Rand 99 cents because I care. The reality is that the pinch will still be felt because an increase is still an increase. The only decrease you know as the ANC recently is the all-time low of 14% of the vote that you pulled in EThekwini. You are taxing your fast shrinking base into extreme financial distress. Life is extremely stressful for any ratepayer in EThekwini. And lurking in your future meetings is the infrastructure levy that you again want to impose on residents because you and your allies failed to run a profitable, cleanly governed city. Failure to collect debt, water and electricity losses, unspent grants, and corruption are key factors that snowball the burden on all ratepayers. All on your hands, all on your watch. Now, in this budget, you posture as if the city is winning, that when leadership visits the city from across the country or over the country, they are congratulating you. Where exactly? Largely in the CBD. Why don't you take them on a blinkers-off tour of the other 110 wards? Now let me take you to another headline just this morning, and I quote, "From stink to sparkle in a few short hours, but only because VIPs were on their way. Residents along Vusi Memela Road in Cato Crest are outraged after days of sewage spills were magically cleaned up just in time for the MEC's visit." Now let's change gears again. Show them how you have a PRC unit that when you cut the grass, you don't rake or you don't pick up the mess. You have no cherry picker trucks for months of the year and you can't trim trees. You have only 2 crematoriums that you are responsible for to run in this city, and they are dysfunctional for years. Parks and gardens resemble bush jungle type facilities due to years of neglect. You spend millions on tanker hire, but now you have insourced. But you don't have sufficient drivers to send them all out. What type of management of funds is that? Secondary CBDs are filled with crime, grime, and illegal trading, illegal businesses flourishing, as enforcement of bylaws is beyond your scant, under-resourced law enforcement agents. Now, this list is long, but time is limited. And unfortunately, you will not fix the water woes in my lifetime. as you invest a meager 2% of the annual budget in capital, but spend more on operating expenses. Stop fixing outdated, ailing infrastructure that has passed their sell-by date decades ago over and over again. Replace it. The infrastructure that you showcased in the budget in Tongat, Verulam, and the Northern Aqueduct, do those areas all have water every day, 24/7? The answer is no, they don't. You paid for the water, but you lost it in your reticulation. No matter how much of money you throw into budgets, your culture of no consequence management, allowing disciplinary matters to prescribe, failure to hold employees to account, failing to effectively curb the feeding trap of corruption, failure to fill critical vacancies for years, ensures that residents stay on this treadmill of miserable service delivery failures. I pause again because I want to go back to the sewage crisis. It still lingers years later. Exactly this week, we have one of the main beaches at the lagoon being closed. And every day, some beach in the city is being filled with hazardous E. coli, whether swimming or non-swimming. It shouldn't be happening. You want to audit 600 plus informal settlements, and these informal settlements are growing, and then what? What are you going to do differently that you haven't done for the last 2 decades? Now, flood after flood, you fail to mitigate the damage, you fail to upgrade drainage, you fail to fix the infrastructure damage that occurred because of floods. 2022 flood damage, we're in 2025, they are still lying the way they were, unattended. But you and the city management, you pat yourselves on the back at every opportunity, but sadly, this budget lacks the necessary to rescue EThekwini. Only the DA can rescue EThekwini, and we are eagerly awaiting that opportunity. We've connected the dots. We see the coalitions that are starting to appear. So in this EThekwini, or should I say, in this Does EThekwini Have Talent budget, you get a no from me, you get a no from the DA, and you get a no from your ratepayers. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
No.
Kubetsini kanti.
Who's that?
Thank you.
Okay, I thought someone was calling me. Councillor Mgwengwe from the ANC, you are the next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, His Worship the Mayor, Amakosa Sendlunkulu, City Manager, and the entire management, fellow councillors. I would like to open my speech by reflecting on the foundation of our democracy as written on the document titled Ready to Govern. Our campus bearers remind us on this important founding document that the revolution is for the achievement of socio-economic and political rights. Further to that, outline that this will only be achieved through development of sustainable economy, infrastructure investment, and vigorous investment on resilient and adequate housing for all, hence the redevelopment and construction program. This allows us progressively improve the quality of life for all South Africans, and specifically for those who live in and invest with EThekwini Municipality. The budget delivered by our mayor, reminding us of this commitment. With this foundational commitment, His Worship the Mayor presented a detailed and progressive budget that addresses the key challenges that confronting our municipality. The focus of resilient and adequate human settlement, in particular, noteworthy and deserve our full support, Councillor Kuzwayo and Councillor Mngwan. The Mayor's commitment in addressing the housing backlog and improving the living condition for our residents is commendable. With over 774,000 households currently in need of housing and approximately 600 informal settlements within our city, the proposed initiatives are both timelessly and necessary. The budget allocation for the construction of 1,641 new subsidized housing units and the acquisition of 30 hectares of land for human settlement will go a long way in improving decent housing for our people. The assessment and classification of 608 informal settlement, along with preparation of 720 service sites for human settlements, are important steps towards the enhancing living conditions for our many residents. Unlike Cape Town, where our people are struggling for dignity, around 146,000 households in the 437 informal settlement are not recognized as permanent with occupational right and security tenure. Honorable Speaker and fellow councillors, I would like to draw our communities to the fact that a substantial amount has been allocated in the budget to ensure the operationalization of Durban, thereby easing the financial burden to our communities using public transport, thus connecting people to opportunities. While we operationalize Durban in the routes that are ready, we are not turning a blind eye to the maintenance and the upgrade of existing public infrastructure, such as taxi ranks and bus stops. We continue to improve roads to ensure safety of all our users. We are investing appropriate amount in line with our road integrated assessment improvement plan. We are upgrading roads in both urban and rural. Siyishintsha ekubeni ubhuqu sifake itiyela. Pedestrian safety is central to approach of road safety. Hence, we are installing traffic calms at 48 different locations and upgrading 17 sidewalks at a key location to ensure pedestrian safety. The presented budget confirms our unshaken commitment by the ANC in 2021 manifesto, which identified access to housing as a fundamental change to restore human dignity. The manifesto emphasized the importance of providing adequate housing and basic services to ensure a better life for all. In conclusion, Somlomo, the proposed budget reflects a clear commitment to addressing the needs of our communities through strategic investments in human settlement and transport networks, safety, connecting our people to opportunities. I urge all fellow councillors to support this budget and work together to ensure its successful implementation for further benefits of all residents of EThekwini. African National Congress welcome and support the budget. Amandla!
Thank you, Councillor Mngwengwe. The next speaker is an independent councillor, Councillor A. Ekas.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we notice in the budget for our ward that there are not many or no provision made for informal homes or informal housing and housing. We have 22 informal settlements in Ward 34. Apart from that, our municipal pool has been out of order for nearly 10 years, and that has not been included in this year's budget once again. What has happened over the past few years to the budget that was allocated for Furwood Road Pool? It stands empty. This was one of the first Olympic pools that we had in Durban. Many of our many of our lifesavers and have done their service there.
Order.
Yeah. So this hasn't been added to the budget. We'd like to see it added to the budget this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ekas. The next speaker will from the Inkatha Freedom Party, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Anipen.
Speaker.
Speaker, no.
Two Nkosi.
Ladies card.
Two Nkosi. Councillor Anipen. Uthathe konke bangashiya. Apologies for that. I was just reading order. I was reading as per the list of speakers. I forgot that the IFP, they've exhausted their time.
That's how
Okay,
they
thank you,
run
Mr.
their trading
Speaker. But
services.
can the Action SA tell us why they're so threatened of us?
Then we will now, I'm not sure, Belinda, is the EFF still safe? Okay, Councillor Vin Lovu, you are the next speaker from the EFF.
Siyabonga Councillor Somlomo. Ngicabanga ukuthi kukhona isisho lapha esintweni esithi kubonga okuncane kubonga okukhulu. Definitely we are not saying that abantu abakujabulela ukuthi abakutholanga okukhulu. But
Order, Speaker.
Who's that? Mango?
Speaker, it's impossible that EFF got 5 minutes.
It's possible. It's possible.
100% possible.
Asilingane mncwane.
Order.
Asilingane mncwane.
Asilingane mncwane.
24.
We're not 4. Apologies, Councillor Ndlovu.
thank you Somlomo. Ngicabanga ukuthi nami ngiyavumelana no councillor from the DA who is saying let us call a spade a spade. Le budget izama ukudila nezinto ezenziwe uhulumeni we-National Party namhlanje ebizwa nge-DA. Today we are dealing with issues of segregation
Point of order, Speaker.
that came from the National Party.
Point of order. Order.
Athathwa umthetho.
Mr. Speaker, it is very offensive that
Which rule,
President Ndlovu is
Honourable
allowed
Speaker?
to serve.
Which rule he rise on?
Order.
Which rule, Mr. Speaker?
Order, Councillor Nkosi. Let's allow Mthetho to address the Speaker.
It's very offensive that you allow Councillor Ndlovu to call us National Party. Some of us were never National Party and will never be National Party. Please rule on that, Mr.
Your point.
Some of you.
Order, councillors, order. Your point of order is overruled, Mthetho. Proceed, Ndlovu.
Thank you, Somlomo. Namhlanje we are dealing with the issues of segregation. Abantu babengavunyelwa ukuhlala endaweni ezazibona zingcono and were moved by the apartheid government. They were restricted from access to resources. Lento yayisho ukuthi abantu bangabi seyindaweni la abazokwazi ukusebenza khona, bangakwazi ukuhlala ngakhona, and opportunities as well. Blacks were not allowed to own land. Yingakho bona behlala endaweni eseduze kwasolwandle naseyindaweni ezingcono kunabantu abamnyama abahlala endaweni lezi namhlanje abenza ngathi bayabakhulumela uma bekhuluma ngama informal settlements. Ikona lokho esikushoyo ukuthi Somlomo, today this government is indeed trying to reverse izinto ezenziwe uhulumeni wobandlululo. Njoba behleli la kufuna ngabe bashaya ihlombe if ngempela they mean ukuthi kuxolelwene we are a rainbow nation. Uma we are tabling this budget kufuna ngabe ibona bayisupportayo to make sure ukuthi they reverse izinto ezibhlungu abazenze kubantu abamnyama eNingizimu Afrika. What this budget seeks to achieve, Somlomo, ile enza ukuthi iyaqinisekisa ukuthi it is not only a blueprint for progress, or it is a blueprint for progress but not just a financial plan. Le budget lena yenza isiqinisekisa ukuthi izodala amathuba emisebenzi nama skills development projects or initiative akhona iyawafunda le budget. It will focus on projects, infrastructural projects, especially sanitation, water and electricity, road upgrades. Abantu abahlala koMbumbulu koMzinyathi abahamba ku gravel iDA engahambi bona engabazi ubuhlungu bayo, abantu laba abahlala kulezo ndawo will enjoy tar roads from today onwards. it will see metering systems. Lento ama-meter ihlupha kakhulu abantu abamnyama. So the budget, 120 million budget allocation, izokwenza isiqinisekiso ukuthi abantu bachargewa imali okuyiyona yona, especially laba abahluphekayo abahlala endaweni zabantu abamnyama. R293 project will also be funded. Lezi zindlu zamakopi esazakhelwa iDA. Namhlanje lo hulumeni seeks to upgrade lezo zindlu R293.
Point of order.
Ikwazi ukuthi
Point of order.
ulungiseke.
Point of order.
Which rule?
Let's open the microphone.
Sengifuna ukuvumelana nomncango ngendlela akhuluma khona umbhedo akanawo lo 5
Out of order. Out of
Ubani okhuluma umbhedo?
Out of order.
Ubani okhuluma umbhedo?
Order.
Can you please rule?
Order. Order. Order.
Can you please make a ruling?
Kahle mvubu.
There is no such a thing as umbhedo kumlola.
Kahleni. Kahleni, the point of order is overruled. Proceed, Kajin.
The investment on economic development eThekwini siyishayile ihlombe elikhulu, but siyanxusa futhi ukuthi laba initiative akhona emalokishini noma eindaweni esemalokishini zokwakha ama stalls naseindaweni esemaThekwini abantu abadayisa eitaladini nabo futhi sicela ukuthi balungiselwe ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sikline iTheku lethu nama tourist akwazi ukuenjoya ukuze eThekwini. This budget, which must be credible, realistic and cash-based, ifuna kodwa abantu abazokwazi ukuyinakekela bayiphathe ngekhathi zamantungwa. Ayifuni abantu abazoba nesandla esilula. uMpex uphethe uzoluma this time around kubantu abanesandla esisheshayo ekuthatheni imali zabantu abahlwempu. Let us enforce and make sure that we decisively deal with fruitless expenditure. It's a call that the EFF is making. Let us build state capacity. Njoba ushemen waga human settlement eseqalile to build state capacity. Let us ensure ukuthi lokho kuyaqhubeka kuyenzeka kulomkhandlo seThekwini. We are definitely going to support le budget le establish la to make sure ukuthi abantu abahlwempu abamnyama abahlala ikakhulukazi abamnyama abahlala eThekwini namaphethelo they benefit on it. Economic freedom fighters I support the budget. Thanks very much Somlo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. The next speaker is from Minority Front, Councillor S. Maharaj.
Speaker, the MF welcomes the budget presentation. For us, the paramount aspect of this budget is the implementation thereof, which requires every single official in the line of accountability to do their job or face consequence management. We note the city's low cash collection rate, which informs this budget, and consequently we support the city's bulk infrastructure investment in the various catalytic projects to increase investor confidence on our rate base. Speaker, the ordinary ratepayers need the same investment in their infrastructure to enjoy the benefits of their payments to the city's coffers. We submit a further revision of the tariffs as needed to curb the ballooning debt, and the replacement of the RMS system is a good start to rekindle consumer trust. I call on the Mayor to closely monitor the reservoirs which supply water to Shallcross, Chatsworth and Mlazi, etc., as there's always some challenge or the other when water supply must be restored. The slum clearance program must not come at the cost of densification of townships like Phoenix, taking away sports fields and green lungs. Speaker, there's no inclusive growth when some townships are favored with economic development over others. Speaker, we call for the reopening of the Verulam Metro Police offices, given the recent crime statistics. We also call for the privatization of the Mobeni Heights crematoria, arising from the park's failure to renew the air emission license and fixing the furnaces. Speaker, the Minority Front supports the budget.
Thank you very much.
MK.
The African Christian Democratic Party, Councillor Kumete.
Asibonge somlomo sibingelele.
Siphinde sifisele wonke ama-Christians ase-South Africa usuku oluhle namhlanje. Sikholwa ukuthi lokhu kuyinye yezinto ezibonisayo ukuthi ithemba lisekhona ezweni lethu. Somlomo asamukele ibudget ethe yathebulwa ubaba uMeya. Siubonge futhi umsebenzi wakhe omuhle awenzayo. Noma ke nje sinakho ukusaba ngokweqemba ahambisana nalo ezintweni elizenzayo. Somlomo le budget ifika ngesikhathi esibi la umnotho wethu usenkingeni and abantu baseThekwini bekhala bengenayo imisebenzi abanye bengenayo izindlu. Siphila kunabantu abahlala kuma informal settlement sebeneminyaka bahlala khona abanye bahlala kolindela sibelinde ukuthi bazokwakhelwa izindlu. Kubhlungu ngoba uma kuthebula ibudget kuwo wonke ama-budget athebulwayo uzwa kuthiwa ibudget yabantu kodwa umbuzo uthi obani labo bantu ngabe mhlambe kushiwo leqhumama ezihambe zofakwa imali emaphaketheni bese kwenziwa amathenda kudliwe kuhlalwe emahotela kubenefit omntakabani. Thina njenge ACDP Somlomo asikusho lokhu ukuthi sikhathele ukubona abantu bakithi besafarisha isikhathi leso ukuthi iThekwini lilungiswe ngendlela eright. Nosomabhizinisi bakithi ngicabanga ukuthi la eThekwini bayakhala kakhulu ukuthi bayasafarisha ezintweni ababhekene nazo ngenxa yokuthi iThekwini lona linenkinga yamanzi linenkinga yogesi ukoperator nje kulokhu kwamabhizinisi kuyinkinga. Angingadlalwa ke ngemali yama taxpayers ukuthi uyibudget yabantu kube ibudget kuyidliwa ama-official akhohlakele ayekwe futhi ahambe free la eThekwini ayekwe futhi angashushiswa ngenziwa lutho nosopolitika abathile abake ikhundleni. Somlomo njenge ACDP siyacela ukuthi kulungiswe imigwaqo le uthi mawufika komalikazi iHubu uthi uyafika nama potholes agcwele emawadini amaningi aseneminyaka engalungisiwe. Sithi ACDP we are not in support of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kumete. The next speaker is from the African National Congress, Councillor A. Ndlovu.
Thank you Somlomo. Sibonga Somlomo sibingelela ubaba uMeya sikhuleke kumakhosi asendlunkulu, members of the executive committee, fellow councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. The ANC welcomes the 2025-2026
Speaker, the second is cut.
Hello Monday.
Proceed, Kajen.
The ANC welcomes the 2025-2026 budget tabled by the Honorable Mayor Councillor Uxaba before the municipality on the 26th May 2025. This budget reflects the hope and aspirations of the people of eThekwini. Honorable Mayor Nonkos, the budget table is a credible budget that funds only activities consistent with the revised IDP and is realistically achievable given the financial constraints of the municipality. Based on the past revenue collection level, the budget is achievable in terms of agreed service delivery and performance targets. It contains revenue and expenditure projections that are consistent with current and past performance and supported and documented evidence of future assumptions. This was confirmed by the National Treasurer's comment. Budget guided by the principles of Freedom Charter, prioritizing the social justice, not a privileged minority, addressing the historical inequalities, improve infrastructure development, and ensuring access to essential services. This budget speaks directly to the manifesto of the People's Parliament, which is the African National Congress. The ANC-led municipality has made free basic services, including water and electricity, availability to the poor households. The city allocated 1.9 billion for free basic water and 578 million to be spent on free basic electricity. Through this budget, we shall maintain and develop water and sewage infrastructure and drastically reduce water leaks, increase the number of boreholes, rehabilitate water pump stations, wastewater infrastructure to improve reticulations. This budget will also fix sewer spillage and broken water pipes. As part of our commitment in addressing the water challenges, the Council approved the water and sanitation turnaround strategy. The right to water entitles everyone to have access to sufficient, safe, accessible, physically accessible and affordable water to personal and domestic water. Sifuna ukusho ukuthi kubantu baseThekwini sikuzwile ukukhala kwenu. Nikhuluma nithi ama-water tanker lawo esiwaqashayo nibuka engazi ukuthi kumdlalo wabathile wokufuna ukuthi bazicebise. Ngaloko okulalela-ke sibone kubalekile ukuthi le budget izosilekelela ukuba sithenge ama-water tanker ayikhulu azoba kowumkhandlu. Sifisa ke ukusho futhi ukuthi le budget izosilekelela ukuba sithenge izimoto ama-truck okuyiwona azosiza ukuthi uma kade kumbiwe kwakhona la bekulungiswa khona ipipe sikwazi futhi ukufaka inhlabathi la izohamba iyobhekfila khona. Sifisa ukusho le budget izosilekelela ukuthenga ama-TLBs awu-30 ama-excavator awu-5 siphinde futhi siqinisekise ukuthi siba nemishini yethu ezokwazi ukumuva iplant yethu la ifunakala khona ebizwa ngama-lowbed ewu-6 le mali ke siyibekile ilinganiselwa ku-784.8 million ezolekelela umkhandlu ukuthi ukwazi ukuyimela. We are building a developmental state that will be able to have the capacity to respond kuma-challenges nakuma-service delivery issues abhekene nabantu. Sifisa ke ukusho ukuthi ukhansela uGumede obesanda kukhuluma we-ACDP uthi Durban, who is our people? We want to refer you to the strategy and tactics of the ANC, which classify our people as the motive forces, because the struggle of the ANC is informed and guided by the National Democratic Revolution. La sithi khona umzabalazo wethu uyosilidela ku-National Democratic Society, and we clearly define who is our people. Our people are the motive forces, those who stand to benefit about this approval of this budget. Sikhuluma nge-working class, abantu abasemakhaya bangenalutho, those are our people. So I think from now on you'll understand what is meant when we refer to our people. Le budget siyafisa ke Babu Mayor ngaphansi kwestewardship yakho ukuthi le budget izokwazi ukubhekana ngqo nezinkinga zamanzi, iphinde futhi iqinisekise ukuthi ukhanjiswa kwendle ukhanjiswa kwendle kuyaqhubeka endaweni la kukhona bengakafiki khona banamapayipi endle. Ngifisa ke sengivala somlomo ngisho ukuthi you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that make the existing model obsolete. We are yet to see those who doesn't support the budget, which model they use to fund the service delivery project. The beneficiaries of apartheid systems' agenda is to reverse the gains of democracy, undermine the achievement and progress made by the African National Congress-led municipality. We won't be surprised if they don't support the budget. They are part of the EThekwini Municipality Council. However, when it suits them, they regard themselves as the island of excellence. Let me inform them that their salaries come from this budget that they don't approve. If they are genuine about the rejection of the budget, they wouldn't be accepting the salaries because they are grandstanding, want to be seen representing ratepayers, whereas they represent themselves. Somlomo, our struggle is guided by the National Democratic, which is defined as the process of struggle that seeks to shift, to transfer power to the people. We want to transfer the economic and social power to our people. We are inspired by the words of long-serving president of ANC, Or Tambo. I quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won. Until our country is free, happy, and the peacefulest part of community of men, we cannot rest." That's why the ANC, I submit, to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu. The next speaker, order. The next speaker, order, councillors. From UIM, Councillor J. Singh. Councillor J. Order, councillors, order.
Honorable Mayor, colleagues, residents of EThekwini, the United Independent Movement acknowledges Mayor's dedication to addressing our city's challenges. We recognize the effort to balance infrastructure needs and fiscal constraints. But leadership requires more than good intentions. It demands fairness and courage. The budget with its tariff hikes fails both. While we commend the Mayor's vision, we cannot support a plan that forces the 40% of compliant households to pay their bills to subsidize the city's billions of rands debt. A debt driven by electricity syndicates and government departments that owe billions. Where is the urgency to recover these funds? Where is the boldness to dismantle the water, electricity mafia stealing billions yearly? Why must nurses, teachers, and small businesses pay for this failure? The UIM demands immediate action. Freeze tariffs, replace illegal connections with subsidized prepaid meters to save lives and revenue. Audit wasteful spending Every rand diverted from projects is a rand to our people. To the council, we have a chance to stand with our residents. Instead, we choose broken systems over solutions. The people of EThekwini demand a budget that works, not criminals, not delinquent departments. Together, we need to fight for fairness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From TA, Councillor A. Shahid.
Greetings, Honourable Speaker, Mayor, Councillors and residents of EThekwini. This budget responds to our city's growing demands in infrastructure, service delivery, economic recovery and social welfare. We must acknowledge the positive intent that it outlines in infrastructure being a priority towards repairing and upgrading our water systems and curbing the high water loss rate. The allocations made for electricity intends to stabilize and expand our capacity. Economic development through catalytic projects that hold potential for job creation and long-term investment appeal. But while the vision is bold, it must be grounded in the realities that many of our residents face daily. The financial strain that it will place on households through tariff hikes for electricity, for water, for sanitation and refuse removal are steep, especially in a city grappling with rising unemployment, inflation and economic recovery. Communities are contending with regular water interruptions, electricity outages and poor road conditions. Optics and aesthetics must take a backseat to basic services and service delivery. In light of these realities, we should implement a monthly performance review framework tied directly to key budget items which would provide transparent updates, progress of infrastructure repairs, job creation and catalytic investments. It would identify delays and underperformance early, enabling quicker adjustments and preventing backlogs. This is about responsible governance. Residents are willing to contribute, but they must see evidence that their sacrifices are translating into an improved quality of life. In closing, the budget paints a picture of potential which must be unlocked through disciplined implementation, transparent tracking, and continuous public engagement. Let us as parties not be divided. We must rise above politics, parties, and our own personal interests and put EThekwini residents first. As truly Alliance, we support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shahid. Democratic Alliance, Councillor Penn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After all the airy-fairy speeches, let's come back to reality and make some specific proposals. I intend to speak on one issue only that concerns the revenue side of the budget. The issue is the collection of rates on properties which should be categorized as illegal development or use, derelict or abandoned properties. The last figure which I saw of properties in this category is 490. Yes, there are only 490 properties in this category across the entire municipality. If the municipality is serious about increasing rates of revenue, this must be the lowest hanging fruit. The rates range for illegal development or property or used properties is nearly 20 times the normal rates range for residential properties. But the benefits of imposing the punitive rates range on illegal development or use properties will not only generate more revenue, it will act as a deterrent to the cavalier development and building operations which happen on so many properties in the municipality. I acknowledge that the imposition of punitive rates range must go hand in hand with increasing the capacity of the building inspectorate and the capacity of the enforcement arm of land use management. I hope that in this year the municipality will be more proactive in this financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The African National Congress, Councillor Chintuli.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me say all protocol observed in the interest of time. Honourable Speaker, while we are dealing with the numerous challenges in EThekwini, we must ensure that we provide an enabling environment for economy to strive. Our local economy is built on resilience, innovation, and firm commitment to inclusive growth and to strive for economic self-resilience and sustainable development and community development. His worship, uthe kwi-budget ma ekhuluma nathi wathi into efanele sikwazi ukuyilungisa into ye-service delivery, ukulungisa izinto ze-infrastructure, nokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi senza i-economic recovery. This is certainly to restore confidence to the people of EThekwini where the stakeholders contribute toward making the best run city in South Africa. It is encouraging that we have prioritized infrastructure projects in the support of economic growth and better livelihood for our people in the city. Speaker, let me remind this House that the Economic Development Cluster have drafted a 5-year plan of economic recovery, which is shared growth part of 2027. The strategy is addressing the impact of COVID-19, floods, civil unrest, challenges within the city as guys and Zega. Inhloso yethu ngokwenza lokho sifuna ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi umnotho wethu uyabuya ukwazi ukulekelela abantu bakithi. The priority of this strategy is to rebuild the economy in more inclusive and sustainable manner by leveraging global trend and to a fourth industrial revolution, the green economy, artificial intelligence, and innovation. Durban is the second significant manufacturing region in the country, while manufacturing 85 billion in 2024. And Johannesburg was the first one. Other cities. Johannesburg is number one in 114.9 billion. To maintain this status quo, the city must continue to invest in the provision of maintenance of the requisite infrastructure. It's now 728 million. Eso kusebenza njengamanje kuspenda on catalyst project. Lama catalyst project is nethemba lokuthi ayothi mangabe esibuyisela i-rate revenue ka 220 billion. Lokho kuzokwenza uma create amathuba emisebenzi kubantu bakithi, but at the same time senze nama job opportunities azokwazi ukuthi abantu bakithi mabe sebenza kukhona nama business at the same time. Awu 16 ama catalyst project yamanje swa Emile. Ukhona nje sisanda kuyivula iShongweni Westtown Mall recently. And ikona iKeto Ridge logistic hub and tripod, the entry freeway, Avoca Park, you can name the list. Maninga cool. Mr. Speaker, this city has introduced the first rate rebate incentive in 2016 to attract investment. Inhloso yethu yalo kwenza ukuthi abayotshala izimali babe baningi abeza ku city bezotshala imali yabo, but at the same time sakamathuba omsebenzi bese promoter i-priority kwi-industrial sector and encourage i-local procurement on a spatial transformation in urban regeneration and increase revenue growth. To date, the city have approved 35 applications, estimating to be 19 billion. This incentive is offered to industrial, commercial, and mixed-use development. The city is engaged in various form and informal partnership with the various business entities in EThekwini. The leadership is recently met with nabaphathi base Hilton. Niyayibona Hilton le ngaphesheya kwethu esisanda ukuvula ebivalekile city skati. Inhloso yethu yokuthi sivule besifuna ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi siyaqhubeka nento zamabhizinisi. Ikhona into ethi njengamanje sine partnership ka 3 years ne Hollywood Bet Durban July, Comrade Marathon, Metro FM Awards, and the many that you can list. And what she in the interest of time. In the next 5 years, EThekwini have attracted a direct investment of 21.8 billion in the key sectors of automotive, transportation, and warehousing, and the renewable energy. In 2024 alone, we have secure 282 million in the foreign direct investment. And Logia Chengisuti City, Ian Uya Ipegelela Abanbagiti, Yendele Hluben. If you look at the budget in Jangamanje, Abanya by supporting J, Kunaband about 1,607 about caretakers. About the Holagi on Abafunu Babahole, Bazu Sezagan. Unabo plumber, about 1,584, Abako Nabazo Holagle budget. Uno 466 were community-based contractors. Also, Kwazu Kashabantu, no more Kashabantu, about 1,398 baseThekwini. kuno 475 community-based contractors that is utilizing to enroll rural water and sanitation project. Kuno 887 wabantu abaku EPWP abasebenza kwa DSW. Kuzophinda futhi kube khona labantu abawu 7,000 abayingxenye kaZibambele. Siyazi uZibambele uthi anufuni ngoba awukho omningi la nikhona ngoba nanihlala emhlabeni omuhle la nihleli khona. Bese kuba khona 840 we job creation wesihlanza imvelo ozokwazi ukuthi ube nama cooperative bese kuba khona ama cooperative awu 264. Ngifuna ukugcina ngokuthi masenze partnership strong ne community kanye nama business sizokwazi njengomasipala ukuthi masenze kangcono. Njenge African National Congress ayisupporta le budget sinenkolelo ukuthi ingxenye yokuresponda einkingeni zabantu bakithi ababhekene naseThekwini asikusho lokuthi inkinga ebhekene nabantu bakithi ngesiqede ngosuku olulodwa siyohlala njalo silungisa into one step at a time. Siyazi ukuthi in 300 years ago bakhona abantu ababesicindezela lezweni bezinto abayithandayo. Now we are trying to reverse lokugcinezela obekwenzeka kubantu bakithi on the time before sifike kulelizwe. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke lo wesizama ukwenza namhlanje siyakulungisa okunye kwako ukukhombisa abantu bakithi sibanikeze imisebenzi sibanikeze i-development. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Councillor Ntuli. The next speaker is from PFP, Councillor Mohammed, with 1 minute, donated by the ANC. Councillor Mohammed.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mayor and distinguished councillors and the citizens of EThekwini. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I find myself here to acknowledge the ambitious goals laid out in the 2025-2026 budget. The allocations of billions for infrastructure, housing and essential service shows a strong intent to reshape our city. However, while we appreciate these plans, it's crucial to address the ongoing issues that still stand in the way of real progress. The water security is a major concern. Despite the 11 billion set aside to enhance the reliability, we are still facing a staggering loss in the non-revenue. We need to ensure that the turnaround strategy is just not a program, but a plan of action led by an honorable mayor, complemented by a clear reporting and accountability. More so ever, the proposed tariff hikes, although slightly reduced, still put immense pressure on the families already. We urge the municipality to consider alternative revenues like the debt relief program that is currently ongoing, that where thousands of citizens of our Thekwini are benefiting from this program. Currently on the ground, I've experienced and helped many citizens to the debt relief program, and this shows that yes, we are also able to deliver to our citizens in the debt relief program. As we speak about the infrastructure and the repairs to infrastructure, we do understand that budget and money is needed to fix our old and aging infrastructure. Without this budget, we are not able to fix our infrastructure and old and aging in many wards and many communities throughout EThekwini. However, Honorable Mayor, we appreciate your vision to construct a city that future generations can thrive in. But it's essential that this future is built on a solid foundation of trust, efficiency, and accountability. The People's Freedom Party is ready to work together to ensure that what's promised turns into meaningful progress for every person in EThekwini. Together, let's push ahead, Honorable Mayor, not just with plans, but with real action, because I know every one of us that are here today, we can be able to make this difference so that we can deliver to the residents of EThekwini. Many people that are watching us live streaming and are watching here from across the globe will understand that yes, today, that this budget that is here being placed to us, it's a budget that is being in a consultative process to many areas, many places, many civic associations, many NGOs, many NPOs that came together to understand that how we'll be able to fix this EThekwini of ours. I myself sit in the finance committee listening for days where various committees come and present their budget, it made my mind wonder as to what is it and what are they asking for
Time is
these
up.
monies to be fixed. I
Time is
therefore,
up.
as the People's Freedom Party,
Time is
support
up.
this.
Time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mohammed. The next speaker is from the Democratic Alliance, Councillor Mthethwa.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, in life, you must be very worried if the ANC claps for you, because the ANC has been rejected by the voters of the city. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have covered almost everything there is to say about this so-called budget. The fact of the matter is that this budget does not serve the interests of the people of EThekwini, both the poor, the middle class, and the rich. This budget has been rejected by the people across the length and breadth of EThekwini. Communities in the north, which is Tongat, Verulam, and surrounding areas, rejected your budget to a point that you had to adjourn and reschedule. Again, in Hammersdale and Dozenhoek, people revolted against your budget. Of course, some of those people were innocent victims who have legitimate concerns, but were apparently and allegedly planted by some of your councillors because they felt that what you were allocating to their wards was not enough to sustain their life of opulence, luxury, and kickbacks.
Point of order.
Yes, Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes, Speaker, umnqangola uraiser some umthetho. Sorry, ma.
And now ukhuluma njalo.
Hey, now umthetho uraiser some allegations against ama-councillor and ukuthi nene be-instigate abantu kuma-budget. Bengifisa ukuthi asho ukuthi wapi lawo ma-councillor and wazi kanjani. Mangabe ngawazi lawo ma-councillor I withdraw leso statement.
Your point of order is overruled. Proceed, Councillor Mthethwa.
Hayi, ngizombuzela kulo angitshela. Much of the problems we face as the city are due to poor planning because there is no consequence management for poor performance. Just on Monday, when an item of reprioritization of the budget, Councillor Ngongo of the ANC agreed with the DA that we should not be reprioritizing the budget because it was as a result of poor planning. That was Councillor Ngongo confirming that his party is incapable of running a well-oiled machinery. Again, the IFP Councillor Jonathan Anapen, when he was debating on the budget...
Sorry, Councillor Mthethwa, order. Councillors, let's maintain order. We are left with only 2 speakers, then we are done. Please be patient.
Sure.
Councillor Mthethwa, apologies. Proceed.
Again, the IFP Councillor Jonathan Anapen, when he was debating on the budget statement report, agreed with what the DA has been saying for months. Councillor Anapen
Point of order,
complained...
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the speaker on the floor says that I agreed with the DA. I made no such statement. He must withdraw. He is misleading this House.
Yeah, your point of order is overruled. Councillor Mthethwa.
You must overrule that man. Is lying here.
No, order.
So Councillor Anapen agreed with what the DA has been saying.
That is a lie. I did not agree with the DA.
Councillor Anapen complained that the committee led by his party,
I don't
the IFP,
complain about
was
anybody. He
completely
is lying.
dysfunctional.
Chair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I didn't complain about anybody or anything. It is the DA who sits here time after time, day after day, month after month, complaining
Councillor
that they can
Anapen,
get
that's not a
nothing
point
done.
of order. You are now addressing council.
They canvassed
Councillor
the
Anapen,
2021 of the
Councillor
local
Anapen,
government election.
that's not a
saying
point
they
of
get
order.
things done, but they get
Councillor
nothing done.
Mthethwa,
So they must
proceed.
stop lying to the people of
Councillor Anapen, please. Please, that's not a point of order. It's not a point of order. I can't even rule because you are addressing the council.
Call bouncers to take him out.
So Councillor
Councillor
Anapen,
Mthethwa.
yes, Councillor Anapen complained that the committee led
Point
by
of
his
order,
party,
Mr.
the
Speaker.
IFP, was
Point of
completely
order, Mr.
dysfunctional.
Point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor
again-
Anipen, point of order. Let's listen to the
Yeah.
point of order, please.
Speaker, the speaker on the floor is misleading this house. I did not complain about anything. Can he provide proof to this house that I complained about anything?
I will after meeting speaker, can I proceed?
Okay. Order.
We can see only
He
Order.
must withdraw. He must withdraw. I did
Order.
not complain.
Order. Councillor Mthethwa.
Well, Councillor Anapen complained that the committee
Point
led
of
by his
order,
party,
Mr. Speaker.
the IFP.
Don't get anywhere here today. This fellow is on like
Councillor Mthethwa. Order. Councillor Mthethwa. Please refrain in mentioning.
He must keep my name
Order,
out of his mouth.
Anipen. Please refrain in mentioning the name of your fellow councillor or continuously making reference
Okay.
to that. Can you please focus on your debate?
Okay.
Refrain in mentioning the name of Councillor Anipen. Please proceed.
The IFP councillor complained that the committee led by his party, the IFP, was completely dysfunctional.
Nonsense.
We thank that councillor, I'm not going to
Which
mention the name,
councillor from the IFP?
for appreciating that his party, the IFP, is part of the problem in the EThekwini.
Let's maintain order, councillors. Order.
Lastly, Mr. Mayor, through you, Chairperson.
Order.
Mr. Mayor, collect the over 38 billion owed to the city instead of burdening the few paying customers with more borrowings. Spend more on your maintenance budget to avoid non-revenue water, which in fact is going to assist with generating revenue for the municipality. If you did that, you have no reason to rely on increasing tariffs. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, allow me to address the people of EThekwini who in 2021 went out to vote. Democracy, like any other thing on earth, is not perfect. That is why we have mistakes in this council, which are an outcome of a democratic mistake. These mistakes are MOSA, ADEC, DLC, APF, ATM, APC, AIC, MF, and others.
Who's others? Who's others?
Even though we all respect the fact
Others
that their presence here is a result of a democratic outcome, we also know that they are nothing but a waste of valuable space in this council. The less said about the EFF and the IFP, the better. They have become nothing but an extension
Point
of
of
the
order,
much
Mr. Speaker.
hated ANC in this council. Therefore,
Point of
the
order,
DA
Mr.
will not
Speaker.
support this budget. Thank you.
Tetra must decide whether it's
The
DA or IFP.
order. The next speaker is from PRM, Councillor Msweli.
Mthethwa, we know ukuthi IFP is still in your heart.
Let's listen to Councillor Msweli.
I do a breathalyzer.
Thola IFP Thola.
Sibonge Speaker. Sibingelele nje kubona wonke amakhansela. CPRM sithi hayi sohlezi thina si supporter ibudget. Ngoba siyayazi ukuthi ibudget kumele ukuthi ihambe yosiza kubantu ikakhulukazi kulabo abahlwempu. No. Sibonge na kumeya ngenkulumo yakhe abantu abayithakasele kakhulu. Izethula yona inkulumo kameya abantu bakwazile ukuyithakasela bebezoyithakazela kangcono ukube mhlawumbe ibiyenziwa bonke abakhokhintela bekhona manje ibiyenziwa uyenze inkulumo abantu abakhokhintela bengekho besemsebenzini. Siyezwa umeya uthembisa imisebenzi CPRM sakujabulela kakhulu lokho ngokuthi athembisi amathuba uthembisa imisebenzi uza nawo umsebenzi emawadini siyamathemba. Siphinde sithi futhi babu meya uthini ngama EPWP ngabe kade aqashwa njengoba sesizwa usukhuluma ngalo 13,376 abasha. Uthini baba ngokuqashwa kwama security ngokuphelele njengoba usibonakala ukuthi useze kanje siyakuvuselela baba ukuthi umsebenzi wakho usuqalile uqhubeke nawo. Siyaluseka uhlelo. Siyaluseka uhlelo lokuqashwa kwama trucks azothutha ogandaganda abayise emawadini. Babu Mayor, sixakekile emawadini. Sixakekile emawadini kakhulu Babu Mayor.
Order asingampazamisi.
Bambe isikhathi bese niyakulalela ke lokho. Into esixakayo esabahlali. Ogandaganda abekhe emawadini kuthiwa ogandaganda.
Time is up. Councillor Msweli.
Time out.
Order.
Indoda kakandakanda.
Thank you, Councillor Msweli.
Indoda kakandakanda.
The next speaker is from the ANC, Councillor Nkosenhle Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start from where my colleagues ended. I want to start by saying beneficiaries of apartheid and their black surrogates will not go down without a fight. Ukuba kuya ngokwe-DA ngaba sikho la ikona ikwazi ukukhomba abantu ekufanele ngaba bekho la bebengafuni vele sithole a full franchise babefuna qualified franchise. As long as poverty has a black face, we must continue the fight. And let us join hands. Siyabonga kakhulu kulabo bayisupportile ibudget bayazi ukuthi bavelaphi imphakathi esiqhamuka kuyona iyayidinga kakhulu le budget. Bakhona abangayidingi. La khona thina sidinga amanzi, bona bangakwazi ukuthi bawakuthenge amanzi. La khona sidinga ukusikelwa khona ama-veg, bayakwazi ukuqasha abantu babasikela ama-veg babaholela imali encane. La khona sidinga ugesi, bayakwazi ukufaka zonke iy'nhlobonhlobo ze-technology yenza ukuthi babe nogesi noma singenawo. As long as poverty has a black face, we must continue the fight. Councillor Mthethwa, ngicela ukumhlonipha nje umfundi weindaba. Besixoxela nje umgosi ukuthi ukhansela elithile latheni, ikhansela elithile latheni without going into izinto ezibalekile, ikakhulukazi njengomuntu ohlala kwi-executive committee. Ukhansela umncwango lo ogcogcoma amaphathi ngicela ukuphuma nje kuyena ngimiyeke kanjalo. Ukhansela uGavenda uspend isikhathi eside kakhulu la esixoxela ngeenkinga zasekuhlaleni. Khona umehluko kufanele ube khona phakathi komama wangasekhaya oyixoxela indaba zasekuhlaleni lapha eneke iwashing kanye nekhansela elihlala kwi-executive committee eline responsibility yokuyisolve le nkinga akhuluma ngazo. Ngesikhathi ukhansela uGavenda complaina ngeenkinga thina njenge-ANC sifake u8 million rands ekutheni i-crematorium ikwazi ukuthi ilungiswe. Lolo daba lisemakomidini already isikhona imali yokuthi ilungiswe le abangayi-approvanga ibudget yayo. Ukhansela uBeatrice iphoyisa lobandlululo.
Point of order, Speaker.
Hey, thula wena.
Point of order. Point of order. Mthethwa.
Let me start here, Mr. Speaker.
Can you raise a point of order?
Yes. The first concern I have is that it has to take you for us to raise a point of order, but to sit there and have people at it and say nothing.
What a point of order, Mthethwa. Order.
My point of order is that Councillor Madlala is making very serious and insulting.
Your point of order would
Order, councillors, order. Yeah. Order. Councillor Mthethwa.
I'm raising my point of order on the basis of the same rule that Councillor Madlala raised last week, which is a councillor raising objectionable and offensive language against another colleague. Can you please rule on that?
Okay, Councillor, your point of order, Councillor Mthethwa, is sustained. Councillor Madlala, can you please withdraw the part you have made referring to Councillor Bekte?
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Proceed. Order.
Ukhansela uGavenda uspende isikhathi la ekhuluma ngesimo.
Order.
Speaker, sacela maybe mhlambe siverify ukuthi kwayengeselweni.
No. Councillor Mvubu. Councillor Mvubu, let's maintain order. Order. We were in chambers. Order. In these chambers, there's a language. There's a language that is allowed to be used in chambers.
But it's a fact.
There's a language that is not allowed. Now let's maintain order, councillors. Councillor Madlala, apologies for that disruption.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Speaker. Councillor Govender spent a lot of time telling us.
Councillor Jangase. Councillor Jangase. I'm watching you and I'm hearing what you are saying. Ngifanga ibuke manje ngene ngicashela.
Councillor Govender spent a lot of time here telling us about a sinkhole. Now, in urban spaces where soil was cut and filled and there's concrete over, the occurrence of sinkholes is usual. Anywhere, it's not an issue of service delivery, it's an issue of us having disturbed the land and soil. Now ke isinkhole engiwaridi ngayo ile ngathi kuphosa ke kuyona imqondo ye DA ukuthi bangakwazi ukuthi babone ukuthi idolobha selishintshile. Yona ke isinkhole leyo that you should be worried about.
Point of order.
No, point of clarity. Speaker, is Councillor saying then where the ANC governs, sinkholes must be an expectation because you can't keep the integrity of
Order. Councillor Govender, that's not a point of order. Councillor Madlala.
Councillor Pietre suffers from a psychological condition called cognitive dissonance, where you have a strong belief, and that strong belief, when it meets compelling evidence, ubanje.
Somlo.
Point of order, Councillor Kuala.
Point of order, Speaker.
Ngicabanga ukuthi Somlomo nawe udedela nje impikiswana engenasidingo. Sizogcina kune commotion la kungathi siyaphambana kanti inhloso akuyona.
Cha, Kuala raise a point of order to address the
It's a point
speaker.
of order.
Yeah.
Abantu baqondise ngaloko okukhulunywa ngamagama axofulwana la. La sizele ukuzokhuluma indaba yomphakathi. Hayi ukuqondana ngamagama.
Usukhulumela lo gogo na. Councillor Kuala.
Iqondise lento.
Councillor Kuala, your point of order is overruled. Kahle kahle ayikho. But listen. I have a responsibility to manage and to drive this meeting. I know that you might have a different view and opinion on how I manage the meeting. But so far, the meeting is proceeding very well. I don't see any danger nishayela ngojeke namanzi neyikhwama. I-meeting nje ihamba kahle kuma-chambers njengo-speaker we are trained on how to manage certain things and be tolerant and be patient for certain things. Allow me to run the meeting. Councillor Govender.
Speaker, I rise on Rule 16D.
Right.
That a councillor should not be using offensive, objectionable language or make any remark, opinion, statement, allegation, gesture or accusation of a disparaging nature. Now, Councillor Madlala is no doctor. He has no qualification to pronounce on whether Councillor Birka has any condition whatsoever. And his comment was offensive, and again, it shouldn't be us bringing this to your attention. You should have caught that, and you need to rule on it and caution him. He must apologize and withdraw.
Yeah, thank you. Order. Thank you very much, Councillor Govender, but your point of order is overruled. Councillor Madlala, proceed.
Thank you very much. The Democratic Alliance will present itself as the paragons of morality and ethical conduct. But Councillor Ben has no shame to come here and talk about issues of built environment when he's practicing in that field. That is unethical and shameless. Sidluleke Speaker, siye ekugcineni la ekutheni there there were many meetings where our residents have raised genuine issues, issues where they feel that the tariffs are a bit high. We've responded to that. There were councillors and communities who felt that we are not allocating enough money to their constituencies. We've tried to respond to that, but no budget has ever satisfied everyone. The issue here in this chamber is the debate whether to pass the budget or not. The question is, whose budget is it anyway? Let me try and answer that. This is not a mayor's budget. No, it is the official's budget. This budget belongs to the people of EThekwini, and if we listen carefully, not only in this chamber, we will hear who is reflected in it. The unemployed youth who will benefit from the 60 million rand investment in job creation initiatives, and over 16 million rands allocated to youth programs in that office. It is the child and in the township who will access the improved libraries, sports, fields, arts facilities, because Parks, Recreation and Culture has received a budget from this allocation. It is the women and communities battling GBV, HIV, TB, who are prioritized in this budget. It is the senior citizens who will continue to benefit from the housing allocation and the social programs that are encapsulated in this budget. It is the people in the township who will benefit from the continued investment in bulk water, sanitation, roads, and electrification. Honorable Speaker, no budget has ever been perfect. And it is in this spirit that we are taking a step forward as a city to address the issues of inequality, poverty, and underdevelopment, which remains a great challenge. And that challenge has a black face, where the most unemployed go to the list, they are black. Those who are living in poverty and squalor, they are black. Those who are living in areas of inequality, they are black. And as long as you have a party like those of the qualified franchise across us, who will oppose any budget that seeks to reverse that, the fight must continue. So I want to call upon all councillors in this chamber to support this budget, not because it pleases everyone, but because it prioritizes many who have for too long waited to be seen, to be served, and to be uplifted. The ANC supports this budget. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Order, councillors. I want to refer you to Rule 23, subsection 10. I'm saying this, councillors, because before the start of the debate, I received a request from His Worship the Mayor as a mover of the report to be given minute to respond. The Speaker has to use his discretion whether to grant anyone who requests such. Guided by this rule, I've then decided to grant 5 minutes to His Worship the Mayor Cyril Xaba to respond on the debate. Your Worship, you are now given opportunity as per your request to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Additional 5 minutes.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to greet all of you, City Manager and Senior Management and other colleagues. Let me welcome all the comments and your commitment to support our efforts to address service delivery challenges that are plaguing EThekwini Municipality. The budget acknowledges systemic weaknesses that continue to frustrate residents, but promises a new approach to boosting service delivery that hinges on real-time accountability, regional management, and technology-driven innovation. The residents could not have asked for more. We must look for solutions and stop being stuck in the past. Work with the progressives in this House, the EFF, the IFP, and all other small parties who have supported this budget. As we conduct unannounced site visits, provide artificial intelligence tools, and decentralized management. We will improve adherence to the legislated response time after service delivery queries have been raised, as we are well aware that a delay in the response time is a cost to this municipality. Councillor Sokabase says that her oversight committee will ensure that we maintain safer and healthy communities by responding directly to the public outcry as they monitor the revitalization of our facilities. Councillor Piatke conveniently forgot that this House passed a water and turnaround strategy. He forgot that towards the end of last year we approved the electricity turnaround strategy. He did not mention that ESCO has resolved to elevate water issues to become a standard item on ESCO agenda. He had to be reminded by Councillor Ndlovu of the ANC of the decision of ESCO on measures that are proposed to turn around the situation in the provision of services. To further improve reliability, we have begun insourcing plumbers, a move expected to enhance operational efficiency, reduce repair times, and align with the municipality's revised plumbing policy. This is a shift of a broader institutional reorganization and a new turnaround strategy as recently approved, as I mentioned above. This includes the creation of a dedicated non-revenue water branch and the rollout of a single point of management accountability. Non-revenue water will be reduced to 53% in the next financial year, and 92.7% of all water connections will be metered. That is in terms of our long-term plan, and we're looking at reducing non-revenue water by approximately 5% over a period of 3 years. Councillor Mteto of the DA, we are saying in order to avoid unsustainable debt, we're maintaining clean audit outcomes. We are continuing to adopt a financially sustainable revenue models as we ensure that the tariffs are cost reflective, as we have done it in the South. Thank you very much for your support. With Comrade Nkosi, the Chair of Trading Services, we agree with you that the budget seeks to promote alignment in service delivery as we regionalize the principle of a single point of management. Key is regionalizing service accountability so that each geographic area has dedicated teams with direct access to all necessary resources from support departments without relying on centralized departments. And you remind us that we must not pay a lip service to ensuring a universal access to basic services. The APC says we're not happy with the tariff increases in view of the unemployment and subdued economic growth. We agree with that. We agree that the tariffs are steep. I raised the same point with ESCOM and Umgeni boards, who are also facing sharp increases from people who supply them with materials and other services. They cite the cost of fuel, consumables, equipment, maintenance, and labor that has escalated. These are essential inputs for delivery of services, costs that they could not afford, that they had to pass on to us. Umgeni listened and dropped the tariffs by 2%. The discussions with ESCOM are ongoing. To assure the public that we are dealing with the ballooning debt, these are measures we've adopted. SMS notification for early warning, automated SMS are now being sent out to customers. Targeted disconnections, debt relief programs, monitoring of performance of appointed debt collectors, weekly disconnection meetings, the ongoing meetings with key stakeholders, and the message to staff in arrears. There was a complaint about some staff owing the city, and the continuing initiating illegal processes to recover the debt. These are amongst the measures we have adopted to ensure that we deal with the ballooning debt. It is not true that we allow the debt to fester while we subject other residents to street control measures. I've said it above that it applies consistently and fairly to all our residents. I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we remain committed to delivering reliable, quality municipal services in a financially sustainable manner. We urge all our residents to continue engaging with us through official platforms to shape a service delivery model that is equitable and responsive to the needs of all our communities. We attend to all communities while we address these shortcomings like water leaks and irregular expenditure, Mr. Mwango. Councillor Tariq has raised the issue of sporting fields that he claimed were allocated to developers for a housing project. He says the community in Phoenix is mobilizing against it. I am planning a visit to the area shortly because from the initial investigation I've conducted, the claim appears not to have any substance. With that, Honourable Speaker, I wish to thank all the councillors who debated in this budget. I appreciate the spirit with which the matters have been raised. Of course, in some cases, colleagues have not been true to have not honored the truth, because they are well aware of measures that are taken to address some of these resolutions, but they still raise them as if they are new and nothing is not being done about that. But of course, working together, we will do more. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We were dealing with item 3.1, right? The 3.1, I'm correct, President?
Asizwa ngoti MK.
Item 1, page 5.
We have 1.1, item 1, right? We have item 2, we have item 3 in this report. Right? At the recommendation on the first report on 1.1, page 7, agreed, councillors?
Speaker.
Yes?
Thank you, Somlom. On the EFF request 5-minute caucus.
No, I don't grant you that 5 minutes. Let's finish this item first because we're going to break for lunch, obviously.
No, Speaker, please.
Not granted, Kambule?
No, Somlom. No, Speaker, please. Speaker.
Yeah.
No, please, Somlom. The EFF requests 5-minute caucus. Please, Speaker.
You see, yeah, Kambole, I understand, but we have concluded the debate.
Yes, but before
we now have to vote. You are requesting
before we vote
5 minutes before we vote. Before we vote.
We have not voted yet. Before we vote.
Okay, but Kambole, I'm not happy, but I will grant you.
Thank you.
I'm not happy. Yeah, I say that as a waste of time. I must be honest. Thank you.
Abaphumayo bangakhotha ukuthi siyavota.
My fellow mates, okay, oh, bese ngithukile ngithi massage. Nawa abantu abamassage yes.
Anipen has offended. Anipen, IFP.
It's right, Buyad. Buyad manje, Buyad.
Ihlushwa ikhansela lekhatha la.
Sure. But the speaker
Councillors, please settle down.
Oh my God. No.
Whips of parties, make sure that everyone is inside the room. We are about to vote. Showbiz.
Shaya mapu, uza mkhonto.
Councillors, thank you very much. The EFF is back from their caucus. I will request the Chief Whip of the EFF to report back to Council on the outcome of their caucus. Councillor Kambule.
Sibonge kakhulu Speaker. Ngethubo sinikeze lona sesibuyile as an EFF we are ready to vote. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do want to remind you that during the voting time, we don't allow any movement. We close our doors so that there's no disruption. It assists Secretariat to manage caucus benches easily. Can I request that whips of parties make sure that everyone is inside the hall? Councillor Mandala, your hand is up.
Yes, no, you've covered me, Honorable Speaker, that whips must go and collect people because the 2 minutes was a bit extended, so
Yeah.
some people are still outside. And ngicela abathathe ibhele ka speaker bayibuyise ngoba ngabe uyayishaya manje kuzwakala ukuthi
Whips of parties, can I please request that to assist me by calling everyone who's outside to come to the meeting so that we don't have issues when we are
They are abusing
starting
us
the voting process. Manenga ma-councillor angena. Can you please open the doors and remind them to come in first, quickly? Bafuna ngize ngishaya insimbi ke madlala.
Speaker, don't lock me out. I'm going to check.
Thank you very much. I hope that everyone is now inside the hall. Security, please close the doors. No movement. We are on page 7. Recommendations on 1.1. Are all the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
No.
Let me have the screen, Secretariat. Thank you very much, councillors. Recommendations are on page 7, item 1.1. Those who are in support, please raise your board.
Size nenye.
MK.
Size nenye.
MK. MK.
Siyibona ku TikTok,
MK siyavota phela. MK.
Ithi yancenga uqamba ama ithi
MK. Sakhuluma noba.
itheni MK u TikTok yancenga uqamba ama.
Kanti bamele bapha abantu abamnyama.
Uya abstain.
Commander morning, Commander morning.
Siyabonga, thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who are voting against, please raise your board.
Obvious.
Those who are voting against, raise your boards and make sure that you are counted.
Obvious.
Kanti buzokwenzani lama ngavota?
Commander morning, Commander morning.
iATEC neMK fanele ikhokha ndawonye into yodwa vele.
Siyezayi manje.
Thank you very much.
Awubuyisi
Order. Order. Those who abstain, please raise your board.
Uyedwa ilo muntu MK abstain.
ACC is not reflecting, Speaker.
Those who abstain.
Minority.
Kwala wathembe MK yothi yokulamlela isazolamula makunje.
Ilo muntu odidekile MK.
Phakamisa nje kahle bebona abantu.
Speaker, the ACC's vote is not reflecting.
Ubaba what was the ANC ubaba?
Yeah, we voted for. It's not reflecting on the board.
Yeah, councillors, the ACC is addressing the speaker. Unfortunately, I can't hear.
Thank you, Speaker.
Because
The ACC's vote is not counted there on the board. We voted for.
Okay, let's correct that. All right, Ayo, can we give the secretariat to tally the numbers?
MK.
MK ayiboni nokuthi kubhalwe nebhodini.
Ukuthi liyaphuma noma liyashona.
Order JEP, can you confirm your vote? JEP?
Absent, Speaker.
Dupotiano ngempela lapha.
Niphethe ukusaba.
Thank you. May I have your attention, please? Order. Right, we have now tallied our numbers.
Post.
Those who are in support of the recommendations on page 7, item 1.1, are 134. Those who voted against, the number is 54. Those who abstain, the number is 3. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through with the majority votes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. In the very same report, we will now move to page 38. I will invite the city manager to present the item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 2 is EThekwini Municipality Final Integrated Development Plan for financial year 2025-2026. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Recommendations are on page 39, item 2.1. Are all recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let me have the screen, please. We are voting. The item is on page 38. Item 2. The recommendations are in page 39 from 2.1 to 2.2. Those who are in support of the recommendations, please raise your board.
Abstain obvious. Vote futhi.
Awuna inkinga kaPhotiyani.
Oh, subcontract.
How MK?
Awaza
What councillors who abstain?
Phakamisa now.
Fonela ubaba.
What councillors who abstain?
Funa ube le number ka Floyd Shivavu manje.
Uthini uFreud?
Udlala uFloyd wathi abstain.
Vota
Uyawathathela, uthola ibudget uyawathathela. Uthola ibudget. Bakutshelile ukuthi awuholi mawulokhu abstain.
Siyabonga ningahlisa izandla.
Wathi bayamncenga.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against, please raise your board.
Waduma uPhotiyani.
Abstain obvious.
Thank you very much. Those who abstain,
Obvious. Obvious.
Laba bangazazi. Uyawathathela, uzoyithola ibudget.
Phakamisa biyela
Ungabusabuza speaker.
those who abstain,
asiye phezulu isandla biyela lapho.
Uyakubona uFreud.
Wazomphoqa ubiyele hey. Awubatshela.
thank you very much, councillors. We are in page 39, item 3. Item 2, I'm sorry. Recommendations 2.1 and 2.2. Those who are in support, the number is 134. Those who are against, the number is 54. Those who abstain, the number is 3. The recommendations will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you. City Manager will now read the next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 39 is item number 3, the report of the Finance Committee from their meeting held on the 21st of the 5th, 2025, item 3.1. Draft EThekwini Municipality's credit control and debt collection policy for 2025-2026 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you. There's one speaker on this item from the DA, Councillor Ben.
I'm just looking for my notes. If I may, please bear with me. Thank you.
Time out.
Thank you. This last-minute amendment is both good in part and bad in part. I'm referring to clause B on page 42 about vacant land. Some credit is due to someone for having, at last, heard the voices of protest from property owners and developers. Also, some credit is due to someone for trying to do something about the problem, which sadly is entirely self-inflicted. To use a sporting term, the damage which has been caused to the property development industry is an own goal. That is where the credit stops. No credit is due for the content and wording of the proposed amendment. The wording is too vague. No criteria are given as to the basis on which the rebate might or might not be given. No timelines are given for processing applications. The application can only be made when plans have been approved, which is too late to be of much comfort to all the property developers, other than those who have very deep pockets.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
On which item is the Speaker addressing us?
Is on is a report that's been read, page 39, item 3.1.
And that refers to what? That's a water loss policy. What loss insurance?
Supplementary agenda. Yes, proceed, Councillor Pen.
Chair, I'm speaking on 3.2. If you got me down, I'm speaking on 3.2.
Yes.
We are on 3.1.
I think we've passed that.
Yeah, on 3.1, not 3.2. No, 3.1.
No, I'm speaking on 3.2. I thought you got to 3.2. That's why you called me to speak.
No, I called you. Okay. Order. It was a mistake on my side. I should have invited you on 3.2, but in my record you appeared on 3.1. Apologies to you and to council for that mistake. You will speak on the correct item.
There's already spoken.
There's no speaker on item 3.1. Recommendations are on page 40. Are the recommendations are great, councillors? Right, City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Item 3.2, approval of EThekwini Municipality draft rates policy for 25-26 financial year. Committee recommends.
Yes, Councillor Ben, you can just conclude on the very same item what you've started.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't go through the credits again.
Speaker.
Yes.
Councillor Zondi.
Councillor Zondi.
No, ngibone ngathi councillor lo kababo MK uya abstain kule matter kaDuthi agreed kuyona.
Yenze uba uboni kahle emehlweni.
Ngokujwayelekile abantu masekule ikhathi zokudla abahluphi nje bayiphatha kahle. But you are a very strange audience. Ngesikhathi kumele ngabe niluza amandla nifuna ukuyodla niba namandla amaningi. That's fine. Councillor Pen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Pillay, for at least listening to what I was saying and realising that it was inconsistent with the other topic. But seeing as I have the opportunity, I'm going to repeat the things that are wrong with clause 7-12. The wording is too vague. No criteria are given as to the basis on which the rebate might or might not be given. No timelines are given for processing applications. The application can only be made when plans have been approved, which is too late to be of comfort to most property developers other than those who have very deep pockets. Who decides whether or not the rebate will be granted? Despite these shortcomings, the DA will support the recommendation as it is a step in the right direction in the hope that the administration will improve the proposal in general in the next rates policy review. Thank you.
Councillors, are the recommendations agreed? Yeah, thank you very much. Councillors, that was the end of the continuation of the special meeting. We are going to break for lunch for 45 minutes. We'll then continue with the Thank you very much. Let's break for lunch. 45 minutes, whips of parties, remember that.
ukuthi uNtombi
Pelile ne? Let cancellation special. Then there's
this one? Nice. Okay, so it's, what's this one? Okay. Supplementary, then we'll call. Or information. Second chart.
Done.
Ukubheka nokufuna amathikithi emcimbi.
Thank you very much, councillors. Asithathe ihlalo zethu sizothe siqhubeke nomhlangano. Abasemnyango bangene. The acting city manager, DCM Tele, will read the notice of convening or continuing with the adjourned ordinary meeting, but before that, we have received an apology from His Worship the Mayor. The city manager, they are currently busy with the media. They are in a press conference. As soon as they conclude, they will join council. Hence, the city manager have appointed or requested the CM Tele to stand on his behalf. The CM Tele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Greetings to you and to the Mayor in absentia, and party leaders and also members of council in their entirety. The notice of the meeting to all members of EThekwini Council in terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, number 117 of 1998, as amended, members are hereby notified that the ordinary EThekwini Municipal Council meeting adjourned on the 26th of May 2025 will now continue on Thursday, 29th of May 2025 at time 10:00 hours at Inkosi Albert Luthuli Convention Center, number 45 Bram Fisher Road, Durban. And it's duly signed by Honorable Speaker, Councillor T.E. Nyawose, as the Speaker of Council, and dated the 27th of the 5th, 2025. Thank you, Your Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, to see Mtele. In terms of the order of procedure, we have dealt with other items, but on the official announcements in this second session, we are saddened by the passing of, I'm told now, of 4 people that were involved in an accident that took place, I think it was on Tuesday, if not Monday, around Tongachi, in that bus accidents in our municipality. Our communities have been affected by that incident. We want to send our condolences as council to those families, relatives, friends, and neighbors. We want to appeal to ward councillors where those members of the public are coming from to represent council in giving support and to work with those affected families. Thank you very much, councillors. We will now going to move to the applications of leave of absence. We have dealt with that in our first session in the morning. Item number 8, we will invite those who want to declare interest before we receive reports. Anyone to declare interest? All right. Now, item number 9, we dealt with the corrections, the adoptions of minutes. It means we'll come back to item number 9 when we are dealing with the in-committee items. Then item 11 on section 27 questions, we dealt with that. We are now on item number 12 on the executive committee report. Councillor Nkosenhle Mandlala, the mayor have informed me that he will stand on his behalf and table the report of the executive committee. I will now invite Councillor Mandlala to table the first report of the executive committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Ngicela umkhandlu wamukele lo mbiko oqala wesigungu esiphezulu. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mandlala. To see Mtele, may you please present the item?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First report of the Executive Committee, its meeting held on the 23rd of the 5th, 2025. Item 1, the report of the Human Settlements and Engineering and Transport Committee meeting held on the 5th of the 5th, 2025, item 1.1, noting of the reasons to amend contract number 1H43139/1 in terms of section 116, subsection 3 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003 for the construction of 250 40 square meter top structure units at Mapepeteni Phase 1A Rural Housing Project. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndosi. On this item, page 1, item 1.1, there are no speakers. Are all the recommendations on page 7 agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Noting are noted. Thank you very much. Next item, to see Mkele.
Item 2, the report of the Trading Services Committee from its meeting held on the 19th of the 5th, 2025. Item 2.1, request for authority to procure additional critical service delivery vehicles and plan for water and sanitation unit. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Jose Mkele. There are few speakers on the item. I think there are 3. From HNSA, Councillor Zuma. From IFP, Councillor Mkono. From ANC, Councillor Sindane. Councillor Zuma?
Councillor Zuma is
Zuma is on leave. Councillor Mkono?
is absent, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Sindane? Covered. Councillors, are the recommendations on page 8, item 2.1 agreed? Thank you very much. Jose Mkele.
Item 2.2, the request for authority for the real estate unit to register the servitude for the project number Y5284, Reed Valley, Fredville Development. Committee recommends.
No speakers. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item.
Item 2.3, request for authority to enter into a memorandum of understanding between EThekwini Municipality and the Water Partnership Office of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA. Committee recommends.
2 speakers, IFP, Councillor J. Anipen, ANC, Councillor Majola. In that order, Councillor Anipen.
Councillor Anipen, Speaker, requested to leave.
Covered.
Thank you, Councillor Anipen. Councillor Majola.
Covered.
Page 12, 2.3. All the recommendations agreed? Next item, DCM Mkele.
Item 2.4, request to reprioritize the approved 2024-2025 capital budget to cater for storm damage emergency works at cleansing and solid waste landfill sites. Committee recommends.
2.4, 2 speakers. MF, Councillor S. Maharaj. ANC, Councillor B. Sindane. Maharaj.
Covered. Covered.
Covered, Speaker.
No, Speaker, I'm going to speak.
You can speak, Councillor Maharaj.
Okay, Speaker, the Minority Front supports all measures to make landfill sites safe, including the Bosesa landfill site, which was established in the historically Indian part of Durban by the apartheid government. It may or may not be common knowledge that this site poses serious environmental and health risks, and despite numerous requests from the affected community over the years to close the site remains open. The MF, in the interest of the environment and the community that live in close proximity to these sites, calls upon the DSW to review its decision to keep the sites open, as the cost-benefit of keeping it open can never outweigh the health and environmental risks it poses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are all the recommendations agreed? Thank you very much. Next item, TCM Mkele.
Item 2.5, request for authority to transfer funds within the capital adjustment for 2024-2025 financial year for the from the vehicle vote to correct M-score heavy and mobile plant vote in line with units replacement program. Committee recommends.
There's no speaker on this item. Are all the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Next item.
Next item, item 2.6, EThekwini Trading Services Reform Program, municipal commitments for electricity, water and sanitation units. Committee recommends.
All right, I'm checking whether it's for noting or approval. I think it's for approval. No speaker on the item. Are all the recommendations agreed? Great. Next item.
Item 3, the economic report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee of its meeting held on the 21st of the 5th month, 2025. Item 3.1, request for authority for the city to enter into a tri-party agreement with Plentify and the agents Agence François de Development in respect of a smart solar project and for the duration of 18 months. Committee recommends.
Only one speaker from the IFP, Councillor Esquala.
Unayo ucele ukuphuma speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ngomalo. Councillors, are all the recommendations agreed? Great. Next item, page 22.
Item 3.2, request for authority to approve amended delegations related to the implementation and enforcement of EThekwini Municipality's problem buildings bylaw. Committee recommends.
Thank you. One speaker from the IFP, Councillor S. Govender.
We leave speak.
Covered. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, page 22, item 3.2. Are the recommendations agreed? Great. Thank you. Next item,
Item 3.3, request for authority for the city to partner with Metro FM in hosting the Metro FM Music Awards over the next 3 years, 2025-26, 2026-27, and 2027-28. Committee recommends.
Thank you. One speaker from the Action SA, Councillor M. Gupega.
Covered, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker.
Covered. Order.
Honorable Speaker, Action SA. Honorable Speaker, Action SA acknowledge the benefits of hosting Metro FM Music Awards, including economic impact and tourism sector. In future, we would love to see our city partnering with our KZN radio stations. Now, 90% omculo odlala ilezi teshi ungawabantu bale province yakithi yaKwaZulu Natal. Ngibala izingoma zomaskandi nezayoni neminye ethinta imvelaphi yethu. Nebingabanika amathuba ukuzibonakalisa since such events have global media coverage. Local is lacking. Action SA seeks clarity as the total investment is 25 million. But when you look at the breakdown over 3 years, comes to 30 million. May we get clarity on that, Mr. Speaker? Ngiyabonga Somlo.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed on item 3.3?
ACDP abstain.
No.
Right.
Speaker.
Let's record the
Speaker. Bring clarity, Speaker. The Speaker.
No, you were debating.
No. We don't do that when it's debating.
You are out of order.
You don't debate and expect response. There are those who are saying no.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next item.
Next item, item 3.4, request for authority for EThekwini Municipality to host the Resurgence Conference at the Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center in Durban from the 22nd to the 27th of July 2025. Committee recommends.
Two speakers, Councillor Kupega, HNSA, ANC, Councillor Pili Love. Kupega.
Covered.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Action SA understands the importance of such initiatives of hosting global conferences. The Resurgence Conference is a transformative conference ekumele isize idolobha lethu ekudobeni ama-investors emkhakheni yamabhizinisi and create platforms to engage and facilitate network opportunities. Our concerns as Action SA is on the amount of 8 million for activations. We feel it is too much for activations unless a breakdown and clarity is provided. Ngoba kumele sisebenzise imali yabantu bakithi budlapha nesetshenzelwe kanzima. Thank you Somlomo.
Councillor Pili Love.
Thank you, Somlomo. In interest of time, earlier on when we were doing the budget debate, the Chair of Economic Development had said, as the cluster, we are on a recovery of our economy after the COVID. So when we get such event, which is an international event, this is what we speak about when we say we are on a path of economic recovery. As the ANC, we support. Thank you, Somlomo.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendations are great.
No. ACTP abstain.
Let's record the ACTP abstain
And the DA.
and the DA abstain. Please record that. Next item.
Report number 4, report of the Finance Committee, meeting held on the 21st of the 5th month, 2025. Item 4.1, budget statement report for the month ended 30th of April, 2025. Committee recommends.
There are no speakers on this item. Are all the recommendations are great, councillors? For noting, noted. Thank you.
Item 4.2, the approval of accounting policies for the 2024-25 financial year. Committee recommends.
Page 31, 4.2, right? Two speakers. Councillor Mwango, HNSA, Councillor Shezi, ANC. In that order. Right. Right. Page 31, item 4.2 are the. Yeah, it's for approval. Eh? Yes. It's for approval. Yeah. Yeah. Our recommendation are great. Thank you. You have to be sure. Right. City Manager.
Item 4.3, progress report for 1.5 billion rand borrowings for capital projects, approval of loan agreements. Committee recommends.
4.3, two speakers, Anipen have left. IFP, ANC, Councillor M. Sitole. Cover to stone. Now you're the cover the way you could make king. Okay. Right. Are the recommendations great?
No.
No.
IFP abstain.
No.
IFP abstain. TA.
We vote no.
Against.
Action SA against.
And DLC abstain.
DLC abstain.
MF against.
Order. Just raise your point. ACTP abstain. Order. MF.
Against.
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 Thank you.
Commander Moni. Against.
Right. Let's.
ACC against.
Our speaker, note me. Why be the mwa bafethu? Nage nibheke nangala.
Oh. Okay. Right. My team, because there are many people who are saying no, abstain against.
Command.
Now, my team is requesting that we display the board so that they record up properly. Let's have the screen right. Let's have the screen. Let's start by those who are in support of the item.
Yes, sekuyavota MK.
Those who are supporting the item.
Asuka lo. Akhala imkhonto la kuyavota la.
Uzorezaniswa kuvota nje.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Order. Order. Ngiyabona ukuthi ubiyela ngifuna ukumenza celebrate.
Hey, yabuyi network.
Thank you. Those who are voting against, please raise your board.
Obvious.
busy. ANC voting.
Trump.
But i-ATEC ne-MK into eyodwa bavota ba-against kwenzakalani lapha?
Hayi sinenkinga
Phela uReddy siyamazi. Uyi-MK eParliament.
Thank you. Those who abstain.
Yeah, Pendlow. Imenda onye. Umthetho. Nyambosa, wathini ukhanselwa nepe?
What's imali eyipiki kwi-budget?
Bebeqonda umphemba nomqhele.
Just a few minutes, Council. I'm still consulting something with legal here.
Ngiyabasukela abanye abantu.
Kuvota umuntu wrong.
Imali eyipiki seyafunakala.
Commander Morning.
Thank you very much, council members. I wanted legal to guide me on something. I will request him to explain something about the processes, order of approving to borrow or a loan or approving a progress or an update on the processes that council has already approved so that we don't get confused in terms of our rules. Mr. Mhlongo?
Bob, Bob. Khanyisana Bob.
Semsale.
Lengawuvuli.
Athathe lo.
Oh.
Lengawuvuli hlupha kabi umhlobo.
Ayinayo common sense. Thank you, Babu Speaker. I just wanted to ensure that when we take this when the council takes this resolution, it is a valid resolution and it cannot be challenged going forward. During the budget approval process, I think the council approved the taking of this loan because it was part of the income or revenue that was expected to accrue to the finances of the municipality. And now what you are approving is the authority to enter into agreements with FNB and Development Bank. I thought it's important to clarify that because in terms of our rules of order, the vote in terms of raising of loans should be the majority of the total number of councillors. And as I understand, as I was checking with the speaker, you were not voting on the raising of loan because that has already been approved. You are voting on the authority to conclude an agreement which is part of implementation of the approval you have made. So this resolution passed with 104 councillors. So I just wanted that to be recorded properly so that there is no confusion and in future people think you were approving a loan but you did not approve with the majority of the number or total number of councillors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This clarity was very important for me because I have to make sure that the understanding is the same because some councillors might abstain or vote against without a proper understanding. Thank you very much for that clarity. It's being recorded.
Speaker.
But those who are in support of the item,
Speaker,
the number, I'm not taking hands, the number is 104. Those who are against, the number is 55. Those who abstain, the number is 12. It means the recommendations will be carried through. Next item, Mr. Manager.
Item 4.4, the deceased estate debt write-off. Committee recommends.
4.4, I've got few speakers. The first speaker is from the DA, Councillor Cavender. From the IFP, J. Naido. From the ANC, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Kaba. In that order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, debt relief that is fair to consumers after having considered all factors is always welcome. But there appears to be a growing dissatisfaction, as many of you know, regarding what is deemed unfair treatment of the surviving spouse in this EThekwini's debt relief mechanism. Now, as the DA, we wish to highlight that there is a glaring disparity in EThekwini's debt relief mechanisms, which allegedly prejudices surviving spouses. While the municipality offers debt relief to estates valued up to 1 million rand, certain surviving spouses are excluded and directed to rely on the indigent policy, which is capped at a meager 650,000 rand of the value of their property, which is an important criteria. Now, this is in my opinion, a policy gap, which is a clear example of bureaucratic insensitivity, leaving surviving spouses that fall in that gray area in a very precarious financial situation. The municipality's failure to implement timely debt recovery and disconnect promptly unpaid accounts has allowed debt to balloon. It has allowed the financial burden on these individuals to increase. The rising tariffs across the board, year in and year out, have made life unaffordable for many people in our city. And yet the municipality expects surviving spouses who fall in this category to bear the brunt of debt repayment without that additional support. Now, we must acknowledge that the municipality's own inefficiencies and failures have contributed to this debt crisis. These challenges and failures in collections include unaffordability, as I've mentioned, the tariffs, and again today we have increased those tariffs. Disputed billing, high billing and backdated charges have led to these protracted disputes and the delayed payments. These are admissions by the city themselves. We all know that there is very slow, if at all, any payment from government and parastatals. And then you have this individual residential debts that are being compounded by meters that are not read promptly or meter reading queries. The disputes over water and electricity is something that is plaguing many residents of the city. As I've stated a few minutes ago, we have inadequate disconnections. Failure to disconnect services for non-payment results in lost revenue. After the 14-day notice, which is published in the account, in the very first month of non-payment, why isn't the consumer disconnected and there and then the debt will stop? So that would have kept their arrears to a bare minimum. The slow final demands and handover processes by the city that allows these debts to balloon to amounts where it becomes unaffordable. Now, given these challenges, the surviving spouses are excluded from the debt relief. We are now asking for a re-evaluation of these policies to ensure fairness and compassion. The municipality must review the debt relief mechanism for this, include surviving spouses in the 1 million rand debt relief cap, improve debt recovery, and implement timely debt recovery and disconnections. Affordable tariffs, that horse is now bolted. We want you to address collection challenges speedily and promptly. Implement solutions to the challenges as we've listed above, because we can't stand idly by while surviving spouses struggle, and there are many of them. We need justice, fairness in the way you roll out these debt policies, and where a lacuna has been identified, we expect that you deal with it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor J is not yet back. Can we now invite His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Klava?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Honourable Councillor Govender seems to present...
Please speak closer to your microphone.
Thank you. It seems to suggest that the policy discriminates against the surviving spouses. It can't be correct. The subject of this policy is property that is in the deceased estate. We're not evaluating the individuals who own the property itself. We are addressing a problem that came about as a result of difficulties in collecting from the deceased estates, and the properties are still registered in the name of the deceased. That's what we are basically dealing with. And the surviving spouse have a number of what you call relief programs that they can avail themselves to, including subjecting themselves to the indigent policy that applies across the board. In that way, they will be evaluated. If they are considered indigent, they will then benefit from the suite of benefits that are attached to indigent persons. As we speak now, we have introduced a special debt relief program where we cut 50% upon customers paying 50%, which is their own share. All of that will benefit those people. In the past, we had a number of relief programs. The last one we had was in October, November, December, where we asked people to come forward, and upon coming forward, they were entitled to have interest written off, and they also were entitled to a number of cascading, let me say, entitled to discounts that if you commit to pay within 6 months, you get a 15% discount. And now if you consider the surviving spaces, how on earth would you justify against excluding single parents? Because there are single parents who are in worse situations. So if you now start to talk about this, extending this, it means that you have no intention but to bankrupt this municipality. We are addressing a backlog. We are not addressing a new problem. A new problem must be addressed in terms of policies that this House must consider relevant to address that particular situation. So I'm actually saying that it will be clear when we conceptualize that this policy, that this is the backlog. This is a situation we're trying to address. It addresses a backlog that existed at the time. And we even said, anyone with property under R1 million, it must, any deceased estate that is below R1 million, the heirs must come forward. The next of kin must come forward. And again, we evaluate them. And then if they appear that they are suitable to take over their accounts, they have income or they are employed, they can then be qualified to then take over the municipal accounts and continue to pay for the debt. The idea is not just to make it free for everybody, but the idea is to get people, is to promote this culture of payments, to get people to pay for their services. Some of these people ended up connecting to our services and water, electricity, and illegally because they had to bypass, because they were disconnected, precisely because the deceased estate was owing. In this case, we are saying, come forward, we evaluate you, you take over the accounts, and we reconnect you back to services. We reconnect you back to water. We reconnect you back to electricity, so that we can then start not only collecting rates, but we make people to pay for services that we deliver our people. We have just been talking about a ballooning debt. These are measures to address the ballooning debt. Each time we take one step forward, we want us to take 2 steps backwards. We will not accede to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Next item.
Next item, it's direct EXCO reports. Item 5, ratification of approval in terms of Rule of Order 28, subsection 1, subsection A, for the implementation of the Nedbank Cup final public viewing area within Arts and Culture Entertainment. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Page 34, item 5. The first speaker is Councillor Mngadi from the ANC. Second speaker is Zet Mwango from the Action SA. Then Councillor Kupega from Action SA is number 2. With a minute from APC, we have Councillor Kwala from the IFP, whom we have received an approach. He has left. Then we have Councillor Mgonyama from the ANC and Councillor Sisoga, of which we have also requested a leave of absence. Councillor Mngadi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Okokuqala nje ngizoqala ngibonge leadership yomkhandlu eTheku, Baba Mayor, City Manager, CFO, also DCM, Dr. Mazibuko, for making sure ukuthi final is Moses Mapit. As the city, we once again showed the whole country that we are ready to host bigger events in the city. And on the day again, we want to thank our own Metropolis who made sure ukuthi the city, the flow of traffic in the city was smooth. Economically, as the city, we benefited a lot. Our hotels were full. Abantu that are using public transport, Uber drivers, taxis, on that weekend, they were very happy. We know other municipalities, they were doubting Masipala weTheku will be able to host this. We know there were complaints from City of Cape Town that ibona bafuna ukuhosta le final. Kodwa ke thank you to Nedbank who decided to bring this final to eThekwini. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi we all made sure ukuthi everything went smooth. So our request as committee siyacela ukuthi iphasiswe le mali eyasebenza. Kuye kusiphathe kabuhlungu ke uzwa iAction SA ibhala on social media ithi we spent imali kungafanele. Kodwa ke it just need a common sense nje ukuthi if you need money you spend money. U3.6 million leyo esikhuluma ngawo esaspenda, but if ubuka the return on investment eyatholakala eThekwini, it's a lot of money. Definitely it's more than 100 million that was benefited by uMasipala weTheku, also benefited by abantu baseThekwini. So siyocela nje ukuthi i-council iyamukele i-report. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Kupeka.
Wasn't a penalty.
No, Speaker, I think there was
It was
a miscommunication. Councillor Mngango befana khulume. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kwala akekho. Councillor Mngonyama.
Covered by Councillor Umgadi. Siyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Next item.
Item 6, approval of additional grant allocation and reprioritization of the 2024-25 municipal budget. Committee recommends.
There are no speakers on this item. Are the recommendations agreed? Last item on this agenda before we move to the MPEC report.
Item 7, proposed acquisition of buildings in the Durban CBD. Committee recommends.
No speakers because Councillor Zuma from the Action SA have left. Are the recommendations agreed? Yeah. Thank you very much, councillors. We are now in terms of our order of procedure. There are 3 MPEC reports. Okay. Right. Now I'm getting guidance from my team that we have the second supplementary so that we deal with all the ESCO reports. Okay. Yes. Before we deal with 3 MPEC report, I want us to deal with all the executive committee reports. There's a report that I will request the mayor to table. This is the 4th report of the executive committee. Is the 4th? Is the 2nd?
Fourth report.
It's 4th, yeah. I'm going to say Kobela that. Yeah, Your Worship.
Speaker, colleagues in the executive, all councillors, city manager, and colleagues, our chief whip here, Makosi, asendlunkulu ngiyabonga. Kwintokozo yami ukuba ngibeke etafuleni i-report yesine ye-executive committee. The report is so tabled. The 4th report of the executive committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Tusi Mcele. Please present the item.
The 4th report of the Executive Committee of its meeting held on the 27th of the 5th month, 2025. Item 1, request to utilize unspent funds for the payment of previous invoices for infrastructure cost underfill housing projects. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I will take hands from the floor if there are councillors who want to engage this report. Yes, Councillor Kisson.
Thank you, Speaker.
The Democratic Alliance does not support this item, and I rise today to speak on record, not to obstruct development, but to insist on proper governance. This report proposes the utilization of what is referred to as ring-fenced USDG and SDG funding, initially allocated in 2018 and 2019. While this report references a 2020 Council resolution, it also clearly states that the funding was not included in the 2025 current financial year's budget. Crucially, there is no documentation before us on this agenda confirming a National Treasury approved rollover as required under Section 221 of the Divisions of Revenue Act. Speaker, the amount that is involved is significant. It's around 84 million. Yet that figure is nowhere in the body of this report. I located it in Annexure B, which is linked to a council item from 2020. Transparency demands that such figures be placed plainly before council and not buried in an attachment. Earlier this week in this very chamber, I raised serious concerns around the continued inclusion of undeliverable or ghost projects in the capital plan, especially where grant allocations are concerned, and that is not a theoretical worry. It's items like these that make that problem real. We are being asked to authorize large-scale expenditure from previously lapsed grants without clarity on the legality of the funding mechanism being employed, and this is not something any responsible councillor should do lightly. Let me also address the broader governance point. The DA is often criticized by the ruling party for sitting on EXCO, as if that makes us co-authors of failure. But I want to be clear, it is because our DA EXCO members are there that this matter was flagged early. And for the record, they voted against it. Yet despite that, it proceeded to this very council. And we are not co-governing failure. Right now, we're exposing it. And finally, Speaker, our leader during his budget speech made the point with his characteristic directness during that every seat in this council ought to be used with intention and responsibility. I offer the same message, perhaps more diplomatically, that each of us holds a mandate to interrogate what comes before us, not simply to endorse it, because if any party, particularly those not on EXCO, votes to approve an item from 2020 with no clear amount in the agenda before them and no reference to National Treasury approval, then we must ask ourselves what exactly are they voting on and who are they representing. We will not support this item, not because we oppose housing delivery or spending of our grants, but because we cannot endorse a financial process that lacks clarity, full documentation, and statutory compliance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I see only the hand of Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me thank Councillor Kisun for her views or input on behalf of her party. I want to assure Councillor Kisun that there is no wrongdoing that is being proposed here. One, the history of this matter has reference. One is that this council, which is the previous council, was ready to pay the service providers in this regard. All the invoices were in place based on the work done, which was certified by the competent bodies that there was work done and there was money due to them. There was money owed for services provided, houses built. The only reason we have this matter here is that that council and that leadership erred on the side of caution, because in the midst of that payment, just when that payment was supposed to be done, there was a proclamation in terms of the presidential proclamation in terms of the SIU, which said there needed to be an investigation into the complaints that were received around the projects in general. Now, in light of that, the leadership decided to err on the side of caution and said, look, let us hold back payment in this regard until the investigations are done. That was done so that if the investigation unearthed something that says maybe we need to recover something, then you'll have money to recover, or something that says even the invoices that are in are undue because there's no work done or there's short workmanship or any other issue that might have been raised. Now, the time has gone and the investigations have continued and none of that has arisen. Now the officials have came back to us to say they're now ready to pay. Now, with regards to the grant funding, that grant which was supposed to be used to pay was then, the money was then put into the municipal accounts. Now, for us to be able to, for the officials to be able to pay now, we need council authority because this particular project does not reflect in the current budget as an item that needs, or as an item of expenditure. And therefore, that is why we are here, just as a reminder, so that we have authority to then tap back into the money that was owed, was due, but was in our bank accounts. We couldn't pay because we're erring on the side of caution. And there's no hidden agenda here. The amount of money is in just the second page of this report. There's no like thick document or addendums. The money is right there. If you've read the report, the money is there. It's not hidden, and it's a standard run-of-the-mill type of transaction that is going to happen, and the officials are very much competent to deal with that. If there are any comebacks, we'll deal with that. But at this moment, as this council, we just have one responsibility to release or to authorize the payment of whoever is owed. And it's not up to us to determine who is owed. The officials have that information. They know who is owed in terms of your procurement processes, which we don't get into. So for us, it's just to authorize that the officials go ahead and pay whoever is owed before we are forced by the courts to do so. And I will urge members of this council to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mdlala. Council members, are the recommendations agreed?
No, Speaker.
Thank you.
No, Speaker.
Right, let me have the screen, please. Councillor Mtetwa is an abstinence or you are against?
Against.
DA is against. Action SA?
Action SA is against.
IFP? Okay. Let me have the screen, please. Right, those who are in support of the recommendations from Human Settlement, let's raise your votes.
Siphinde ahambe network.
Siyabonga, ningehlisa izandla. Those who are voting against.
Wena biyele ngeke uzohola kule nyanga.
Sesine GNU entsha.
Axolisa biyela.
Nani na vota naye?
Biyela vota nabelungu.
Ni GNU nabo.
Siyabonga, those who are against, those who abstain. Those who abstain.
Phakamisa biyela.
Akulindile ngaphandle biyela inqwaba yakhe.
Right, those who are in support of the recommendations, the number is 100. Those who are against, the number is 67. Those who abstain, the number is 2. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next item. DCM Mcele.
The next item, item 2, approval of the 2025-2026 Audit and Risk Committee Charter. Committee recommends.
This is the last item on this supplementary agenda. Let me take hands from the floor. Anyone who want to comment or engage the report? There's none. Are the recommendations on page 5 agreed? Thank you very much. We are now going back to our ordinary agenda to deal with the impact report. Right, the impact report starts on page 40, right? But on page 41, my team, by mistake, they've attached on page 41 the notice of motion in terms of section 18 of the rules of order is there by mistake. Let's just ignore that. We will deal with the motion when we are dealing with all the motions. There are 3 reports, I believe, from MPEC, the chair, or whoever from the MPEC. Can you please present the MPEC report?
No, thanks, Speaker. Greetings to you and also greetings to councillors. We've got 3 reports, Speaker, of the MPEC. The first report, it's an MPEC quarterly report for the 3rd quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. I'll take it as read, Speaker, with its recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Recommendations are on page 6. I'm checking whether I've got speakers on this item. Yeah, it looked like there are no speakers, B.
Yes, Speaker. Councillor Upega. Councillor Upega, Speaker.
Yeah, the report is for noting.
Councillor Upega, Speaker.
Okay, there are no speakers. Are the report noted, councillors? Next report, Chair.
Thanks, Speaker. The second report, it's the assessment of the MPEC functionality on UIFW oversight period ending 31st March 2025. I'll take it as read with its recommendations on page 2. Thanks, Speaker.
Second report of MPEC, no speakers. Are the recommendations noted? Thank you. Next report, Chairperson.
Thanks, Speaker. The third report, it's a UIFW different units for 2023-2024, 2024-2025. Recommendations are on page 2, Speaker. The committee recommends that in compliance with section 32 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure totaling to 7.8 million as detailed in Annexure A of this report be certified as irrecoverable and written off by council based on the outcomes of the investigation of such expenditure. That it be noted that any consequence management recommendations will be dealt with in accordance with the council's policy in the relations to financial misconduct and oversight by the Financial Misconduct Expiry Board. Thanks, Speaker.
Yeah, there was only one speaker here, was Councillor S. Zuma from Action SA, who have sent the leave of absence. Are the recommendations noted, councillors?
Agreed. Approved. So for approval, Speaker, this one.
It's for approval?
Yes.
Is that great, councillors? Thank you very much. Now, we were done with the MPEC report. There were only 3, Chair, I'm correct?
Yes.
There were only 3, right?
Yes.
Now, if we go back now to the order of procedure, after MPEC report, we are now moving straight to notice of motions. Okay, sorry, there's ethics laid on table. I'm sorry. There's an ethics report laid on table. Yeah. I believe all of you have the copies. I will invite the chair of Ethics to summarize the report of the committee. Chair.
Sibingelele Speaker. Sifuna ukuchecka Speaker qala ukuthi ukhansela ugwala khona engaphakathi ngoba uyena oqala.
Speaker.
Councillor Kuala have left. Yes?
Siyabonga
Yes,
Speaker.
let me check the hand from Councillor McPherson.
I just want to declare an interest here.
Okay, Councillor McPherson is declaring an interest on the item. Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Zondi, proceed.
Ukhansela Ngumalo again.
Ngumalo,
ANC.
Ngumalo what for?
What 4 years?
Right?
Ukhansela uXulu.
Obazi ngamagama abantu bakho.
No ukhansela uXulu akekho.
Xulu 95, eh?
Yes.
Right?
Abasakwa.
Yes.
No ukhansela Mnguni.
Ngoni 54.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. Akekho vele Abdul akasekho.
Yeah.
No asibonga Speaker sicela ukuthi umkhandlu wamukele ireport ye-ethics amakhansela athintekayo ukhansela uSandile Gwala okuyena khansela oqala akaphumile Mngoni.
Yeah. Councillor from Ward 4, Ward 95, Ward 54. All of you are expected to excuse yourself. I assume that you have left already.
Got a standing observation.
Proceed, Councillor Zondi.
Thank you Speaker.
Singaphazamisi ukuze sibambe isikhathi.
Siyabonga Speaker. Ikhansela lokuqala esicela ukuthi umkhandlu wamukele i-report ephuma ka-ethics yakota 1 July 2023, quarter 2 October and December 2023. Ukhansela umzwethu Sandile Gwala ubekwe amacala amathathu kuwona womathathu wapleda guilty. Sicela ke ukuthi indlu yamukele isigwebo sakhe esithi ke kuwona wo2 athole informal warning.
Thank you, Councillor Zondi. Councillors, recommendations on page 3 on that first report. Councillors agreed with the recommendations?
No, CIP.
Thank you. Proceed.
Speaker, we are voting against.
We'll record that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
The next councillor is Councillor Dean McPherson.
McPherson.
Bewe amacala awu2 wapleda not guilty kuwona
Order, councillors.
wapleda not guilty kuwona ikomiti lamthola guilty siphakamisa ke ukuthi kuwona athole informal warning.
Thank you. At the bottom of page 3, recommendations agreed, councillors.
No.
The A is voting against. Next item.
Councillor landelayo, it's Councillor Petros Ngumalo. Kumacala akhe awu2 wapleda guilty kuwona wo2 besiphakamisa ke ukuthi si ethics ukuthi aga reprimandwe kuwona wo2.
Page 4 at the bottom of the page. Recommendations agreed, councillors.
No.
The A is against.
Idlala ngayo.
Page 5.
Ukhansela landelayo ukhansela uMnguni ikomiti lahlala nokhansela uMnguni ngenxa yezathu ezithile eziqondene newadi yakhe nenkantolo sicela ukuthi sithi ukuhlehlisa icala lakhe kuze kube ukuthi kulunga leso simo sakhe.
Thank you. Those recommendations on page 5.
Speaker.
Are we
Speaker.
Are we in support of the recommendation, councillors?
Speaker.
No.
There's a correction of your speaker that you need to highlight.
No. Let's focus on the item first. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed on page 5?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let me hear your matter.
No, we don't.
Yes, Councillor Singh, you want to?
Yeah, Speaker, we don't support the item, but we also need to do a correction on the first paragraph because Councillor Nguni is not the councillor for Ward 64, but Ward 54. You need to highlight that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item, Councillor Zondi.
Siyabonga. The next councillor is Councillor Amir Abdul. We are requesting ukuthi sivale imetha ka Councillor Abdul.
Thank you. Page, are you done, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, page 6. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
The last
Next
one.
item.
The last one, Chair, it's Councillor Uthokozani Nkulu. Uthokozani kuwona wonke update not guilty. Siphakamisa ke ukuthi amacala akhe a withdrawe after sesibone bonke ubufakazi, then elokugcina sasesithi sizomrepriminda kulona lawa amanye awu2 sawa withdraw.
Thank you very much, Chair. Are the recommendations agreed on page 7, councillors?
Agreed.
No.
Thank you. TA against.
Siyabonga, Speaker.
That was the last report on ethics.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now I think we'll have to move to the notice of motions. Notice of motion on page 13, I believe. Eh? No, not page 13, I'm sorry.
Page 42.
Page 42. Right. There was a notice of motion that was on page 41. You remember that I said you must ignore it. It was before the MPEC report. I wanted to start us to deal with that motion first. The one that was before the MPEC report on page, I think it's page 41, yeah. Let's start with that notice of motion. Proposed by Councillor Z. Solomon, seconded by Councillor Kavenda. They are both here. Councillors, is the notice of motions agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. The next motion is on page
42.
On page 42 from Councillor Munin, seconded by Councillor Gavenda. It's on page 42. Is a notice of motion, councillors agreed? Thank you. The next one is on page 43, I'm sorry. Page 43, this motion proposed by Councillor Said, supported by Councillor Ismail. Is the notice of motion, councillors agreed? Agreed? Thank you. Page 44.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Kavenda.
Speaker, This motion is identical to the one that was filed in April by Councillor Gavin Hector. There is no material difference in this. The debt relief program was already extended and awareness was conducted around it. So I'm not sure what is the relevance of this particular debt relief motion coming here now. And if one notes, the date that it was actually accepted by your office was the 7th of April, which was around the same time Councillor Hector's motion was approved. So that renders this now redundant.
Okay, but the motion has been approved by council. Okay, thank you. 44,
Speaker.
from Councillor Ismail, seconded by Councillor Said.
Speaker, I was trying to draw your attention.
No. Order, Councillor Kavenda. Order, Councillor Kavenda. Order. The motion has been tabled, presented, approved by council. Page 44,
Speaker.
from Ismail.
Speaker.
From Ismail,
Speaker.
seconded by Councillor Said. Councillor Mseto?
We just want to register that we have no objection to the content of the motion. But what we are querying is the competence of it to serve before this council. On the basis that in terms of Rule 19I of our Rules of Order bylaw, it says the Speaker may disallow a notice of motion, and subsection I says concerns an item which is already under discussion in a committee of council, which Councillor Gavin Hector's motion is already under discussion by ESCO.
Order.
So we are
Let's
checking
allow him to finish.
We are checking the legitimacy of it to serve before this council. We don't have a problem with the content.
Okay. I stand with my decision to accept the motion and to put or to include it in the agenda. When I was dealing with it, I believe that I complied with all the rules of order. Even today, I don't see anything wrong done by myself and my team that advised me. Therefore,
I don't think you did, but I hear.
the motion has been approved by council. 44.
Great.
Ismail and Said, is the notice of motion agreed?
Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last notice of motion.
Speaker.
We are now dealing with the.
Point of order.
We are now dealing with the.
Point of order, Speaker.
We are now dealing with the report on committee.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, yes.
Speaker,
Listen, order, please. Order, councillors.
you are not giving us an opportunity to speak on the item.
Which item now?
You literally gave us a millisecond and you already asked for a vote. You're not giving us an opportunity to raise objections. Now, on this item, there is a conflict of interest. In fact, there was no declaration of interest.
Yeah, but Councillor Kavenda, you see, in this council, there are no special councillors. You can't allow a situation where if we have views that you want the speaker to give you a special attention. All these motions were tabled openly, transparent in front of all of you. And all the motions were approved by council in front of you. You were given an opportunity to raise your matter. Councillor Mtetwa expanded further on your matter. The speaker responded and made the ruling. What more do you want? Councillors are all report on committees in agreed. Items for notings are agreed. Thank you. We are now dealing with the in-committee items. Officials and all of you who are not supposed to be part of the meeting, you are excused. We are dealing with the in-committee item. Let's release all